Warrior, Merchant, and Healer. These are the three important classes that should be on the cover of the game, our hero thought. The main character decided to add various puzzles with entrances to dungeons and bugs in order to get a lot of gold. The main character, who is a programmer and works on the creation of one cult game, loves riddles and bugs and actively adds them to the game. But the reality of the main character named Chris is different from the game. The hero's boss constantly scolds and mocks in every possible way his addiction to riddles and bags. Chris is constantly scolded in front of other employees. This hurts the hero a lot, but Chris cannot do anything about it. Every day the hero endures insults and humiliation, cold looks, and ridicule. Chris is poked into his uselessness. However, in the near future, the hero will look out the window and be surprised by what happened. The game will turn into reality. Chris will look out the window with horror and see how huge trees have appeared on the streets of the city, which have grown through the buildings. In the arsenal of the hero, there will be a pop-up navigation system, like in the game, which will greatly simplify everything. Chris will be shocked by everything that happens for a while, but remembering that he is the creator of this game, that he knows the best about it. The hero with a smile and a spark in his eyes will understand that all his riddles and bugs should work here. Chris will begin to remember how to navigate the game, choose classes, combine them, and connect class cards. The hero remembers well all the bugs that he created, and thanks to them, he will create the legendary weapon of the gods. But in order to get there, he will have to fight many difficult and grandiose battles with the Bora demons, with terrible red eyes and huge teeth. And when the hero creates his legendary weapon, he will have to fight in a legendary fight with the boss of these terrible creatures. Chris will not be afraid of the monster. The hero will look into his eyes with a smirk and hold the legendary blade in his hands, and then the legendary battle will begin. The main character will be rich, have the skills to survive, do whatever he wants in this game and all sorts of things. But he's not going to have an easy path. You need to aim well and plunge a sword into your chest in order to kill yourself. After the sword is thrust and blood splatters in all directions, the restoration of roles and status will begin. The recovery process will take some time, during which time the player cannot be detected. The hero's fingers deftly type the program code on the keyboard, which will help to do this. The hero decides to add an entrance to the dungeon where there is gold, which as he thinks will not be superfluous. Chris is very pleased with the addition of another bug and riddle. The hero breaks into a smile. The main character decided to stretch his arms up and stretch, and then lean back in his chair to take a break from work, when suddenly he felt someone's presence behind his back. The hero's boss, Henry, stood behind the main character. He loudly pronounced Chris's name, so much so that Chris was frightened, and goosebumps passed through his body. In the next move, Henry hit Chris with a small stack of papers that he had in his hands. Henry began to scold the hero, yelling hard and waving papers. Chris stood like a guilty boy and listened to everything. The hero continued to stand and listen to what the boss was saying. Henry was furious that the hero did his job half-heartedly. His job was to remove bugs from the game, but the work was not done, and this infuriated Henry a lot. Chris explained to Henry that he was the only one working on this, but there were thousands of bugs and he was alone, and he turned most of the bugs into riddles. These words infuriated Henry even more, and his mouth began to drool with rage. Chris humbly stood and endured all this. It happened in the office in front of other colleagues who laughed at Chris. Suddenly, there were documents on the floor in front of Chris and Henry. Ellie's secretary was passing by, and the papers were blown away by the wind from behind an open window in the office. Ellie was about to bend down to pick up the documents, but remembered that she was wearing a short skirt, and it would be very uncomfortable for her to do so. She froze for a while. Chris quickly realized what was going on and decided to help Ellie. He picked up the pieces of paper and handed them to her. Ellie embarrassedly picked up the papers. It was someone's questionnaire, and after saying thank you, she headed for Henry's office. The main character was happy and embarrassed. He liked Ellie. He saw her off with a loving and admiring look. Ellie, on the contrary, did not like the hero. She considered him a pervert and did not like when he looked at her with a stupid look. Ellie walked over to Henry's office. The boss was already in his office. She complained to the boss that he was staring at her, and Henry started yelling at Chris again. The hero was outraged by the accusations. Chris justified himself by saying that he just wanted to help Ellie raise the documents. Henry didn't care about the main character's excuses. He believed Ellie more and continued his loud statements. Ellie stood behind Henry with a snide smile while the boss continued to take his anger out on the hero. Ellie was happy about what was happening. Henry, spreading his hands on his belt, said that he would issue a fine to Chris. The hero was ready to sink into the ground from shame. He just wanted to help, and what more? In his head, the hero analyzed what was happening and did not understand how he deserved it, how he wanted to be a different person now. On the screen of the monitor behind Chris, a splash screen of the game loading appeared. The loading screen was like an hourglass that flipped. The fingers of the main character quickly danced on the keys of the keyboard, creating a melody of perseverance and concentration. He felt tired from hard work. Chris worked at the computer all day without lunch. He was a little tired from work and decided to stretch his legs a little. From the work done, gray appeared on the top of the hero's head. Chris fixed the bugs and remade them into riddles. Suddenly, the hero received a message on the phone. Chris was surprised, since usually no one writes to him when he is at work. Henry was more tense than ever because today was the release of the game. The boss was trying to speed up the work. The main character, not having time to look at the message, returned to work because the boss turned his attention to him. Henry began to express his dissatisfaction with the hero's work again and warned that he would punish Chris if he screwed up. Chris was starting to prepare the game for release when suddenly there was a loud noise and the building began to shake. Everything from the tables fell to the floor. The building in which the hero was tilted. Everyone in the office panicked and thought that an earthquake had begun. People in panic were looking for a place to hide, but the hero did not succumb to panic. His attention was attracted by the yellow glow in the window. A dazzling yellow glow appeared over the city, which illuminated Chris, and against the background of the glow, the hero looked small. The head of the main character began to spin from this bright light. Chris fell unconscious on the floor in front of the window of the office in which he worked. The hero was lying unconscious. An hourglass menu appeared, and the game on which the hero worked began to load. Chris woke up in the same place where he fainted. A voice was heard in his head that announced the start of a new game. The hero cannot understand what is going on. The hero, looking out the window in which he observed a bright yellow light, was a little shocked and surprised. Chris opened his mouth in surprise. Through the window, he saw huge trees sprouting through the buildings on the streets of the city. Everywhere in the streets there was destruction, beaten cars, damaged buildings, and huge trees. The game's navigation system sent a notification about the start of the game in a new world. The hero begins to guess what is happening. From the familiar navigation system, Chris guessed that he was in a game he was working on. The main character did not believe what was happening and decided to touch the navigation by touch and make sure of what was happening. Chris's hand went through the navigation pop-up that appeared, but it still didn't convince him that he was in the game. The system notified Chris about the issuance of basic equipment and the assignment of the merchant class to the hero. An old stone knife appeared in the hero's hands. Chris still doubted what was happening, but after the appearance of the knife, he was finally convinced that he was in the game. The stone knife looked old and had basic damage stats. The only thing worse than this knife is a stick. The main character is surprised why he was accidentally assigned the merchant class, because the merchant does not have very strong combat power. There are 3 main classes in the game: merchant, healer, and warrior, and each class has different characteristics. To balance the game, the system assigns a class to the player randomly. But there are still a few rare classes in the game that can be unlocked by completing some actions. The monitor sparkled, and a crack appeared in the corner. The hero was working behind this very monitor. The office was a mess. Everything was scattered on the floor. Everywhere you looked, there was chaos everywhere. Chris stood in the middle of the office, surrounded by disorder. The hero was once again convinced that this was all real. The main character is confused. Chris thinks about what to do next and what decision to make. The hero thought for a moment how he could get rid of those who mocked and humiliated him. The hero realized that bugs and riddles should work in the game and decided to use them to change his life. Chris remembered that if you kill yourself, the hero class will reset and a new one will be assigned, and in addition, you can get a rare qualification. The hero did not dare to do it for a long time. But time passed, and Chris plunged the knife into his chest. The knife entered his chest, and a large bloodstain appeared on the hero's shirt. Drops of blood continued to drip from the hero's body and hands. A large pool of blood formed under Chris. The process of restoring the character and his qualifications began. The hero was kneeling in a pool of blood. Chris is almost recovered. The wound on the body and the blood gradually disappeared. Chris fully recovered and got up. The hero made sure that the bugs worked for sure and could be used. There is a navigation window with a notification about a class change. Now Chris is a healer, but the healer also does not suit the hero. The main character wants to get a special class. The hero decides to kill himself once again to get a special specification. Chris plunges the knife into his body again. Blood splashes fly to the sides. The hero falls to the floor. The main character receives the warrior specification, but Chris needs a unique class. He decides to kill himself again. The hero lies on the floor of the office in which he worked. His wound is almost healed, and a notification appears about the assignment of the merchant class. The hero almost gave up and thought to himself that even in the game, he remained a loser. Realizing that there is only one way out, the hero decides to take a risk by jumping out of the window and crashing. There was a rumble, the dust rose in a column. The hero fell to the ground from a great height. Gradually, the recovery process began. Chris was smeared into a cake. The game gradually restored his body. Chris suffered very much at the same time, since he inflicted more damage on himself than last times. Coming to his senses, the hero notices with one eye that he has been awarded a rare qualification of a warrior merchant. A satisfied smile appears on Chris's face. He finally achieved what he wanted. This is a very rare combination, and it is very difficult to obtain. Now the hero is ready to start the tasks. The main character, rising up, begins to study the notifications in the navigation. Not only was Chris awarded a rare class, but the hero also received the achievement Steelhead. In the description of the task, Chris needs to fight the boss of the boar demons, but the hero is not afraid of this. A slight smile appears on his face. Less than 5 minutes later, there was a strong rumble, and the demon boss was next to the hero. Chris did not expect such a quick appearance. The monster was terrible. The monster's eyes shone brightly, and something was about to fly out of its mouth. It was ready to attack. The hero, perplexed, began to step back, not understanding how to defeat the demon boss, began to prepare to run. A column of energy of a bright glow flew out of the monster's mouth. The hero decided to retreat and began to retreat as quickly as possible, since he was not yet strong enough for such a fight. Chris went to the first building that caught his eye. In this building, there is an office in which the hero worked. The boss of the demons summoned terrible minions, and they chased the hero. Chris ran into the building. The thug would not be able to get into the building, and now the main problem was the boar demons, who went in pursuit of the hero, Chris thought. These demons were strong. The hero could barely dodge the attacks of the monsters. Chris thought that something had to be done about it. The hero decided to use the ability of war to obtain weapons with which he can resist demons. Boar the demon decided to laugh at the hero by giving him the middle finger. Chris was infuriated. Suddenly, from somewhere behind, the hero heard a familiar voice that infuriated him in real life. Chris immediately recognized this voice. It was the voice of Henry, the hero's boss. The demons were a little surprised by what was happening. Several demons chased after Henry and another employee. They fled, shuffling their legs with all their might. Henry and his subordinate ran away screaming. They did not understand what was happening and feared for their lives. When they saw the hero, they were surprised that Chris had not yet been devoured by demons. Chris gave them a contemptuous look. The hero noticed that Henry and Bob were running as fast as they could. Henry hated him the most. The demons almost surrounded the characters. Everyone decided to flee as the only way to escape. The demons chased the group, their eyes shining with amusement. The creatures were amused by this chase. The characters argued among themselves who was to blame. Henry accused the hero that he was to blame for everything, but the main staff did not take this responsibility. Constantly running is not an option, the characters thought. Henry furiously asked the hero what to do next, because if they did nothing, they would be devoured. The hero remembered that there was a safe zone in the wall nearby. Saying this to Bob and Henry, they decided to go to it. They accelerated with all their might. With speed, they flew into a safe zone. Now the characters are safe for some time. The boar demons cannot enter this zone. Bob collapsed to the floor from exhaustion and lay motionless. Henry was on his knees with the last of his strength and muttered something about the hero. The demons, not understanding where the characters had gone, stood near the wall and looked at each other with a questioning look. In the safe zone, demons cannot see players and attack too, Chris explained to the others. The hero was happy. Now Chris is thinking about how to take advantage of this, but first he decided that he needed to take a break. Suddenly, Chris heard his name pronounced in a pleasant voice he knew. It was a girl he knew well. The girl, with deep joy that she met the hero, hugged him tightly from behind. The hero turned around and recognized this girl as his classmate Jessie. Jessie began to tell how she was very worried about Chris and how many demons were outside. The hero is very happy about this meeting. Henry and Bob can't believe that Chris and Jessie can communicate. They thought the hero was a loser and that he was incapable of anything. When the hero was working on the creation of the safe zone, he showed it to Jessie. She knew well that here you can hide from demons. Jessie worked as a designer in this company and often crossed paths with the main character. Jessie briefly told the hero how she got here and that on the way she met colleagues and took refuge here together. Other people's faces looked depressed. They were not ready for such drastic changes and did not plan to get into the game. Many were discouraged, Jessie explained. The secretary's face was pale with fear. Another colleague was standing next to her. He was also depressed. They looked like ghosts. The faces of other people were no different. There was a feeling that despondency and hopelessness reigned here. The hero was sorry to look at them. So depressed were the people and did not know what to do. Henry took a breath and got to his feet, adjusting his shirt a little, began to speak in his usual style. The hero and Jessie looked at him. Henry, as always, began to yell and blame the main character for everything, that he was to blame for everything and should fix it, that Chris should cut off this game. The boss continued to shout and wave his arms. He said how much money he would lose. Everyone around thought that he was crazy from this money. Henry began to blame not only Chris, but everyone else. People began to make excuses in bewilderment. Henry called everyone a herd of sheep and that they were not capable of anything, and when it was over, everyone would be fired to a single one. While Henry was having fun with the others, the hero asked Jessie if she had met anyone unusual here. Jessie guessed what the hero meant and began to remember if she had met any side characters of the game on the way or in this area. Bob was just working on the side characters and began to explain to the hero that there are many of them and they have useful information and tools. Bob remembered the name of one side character. It seemed to him that it was Leia. He finished work on her a long time ago and no longer remembered what she looked like. Jessie begged Bob to tell him something else, but he couldn't remember anything. A little girl was standing behind Jessie, an arrow above her head. The girl said with displeasure that her name was Leia and that Bob was a slug who did not remember anything. Everyone around turned to Leia. She had an arrow above her head that confirmed that Leia was a side character. The girl opened her mouth in surprise that Bob recognized her. The girl was a real little devil, and in order to get information from her, you had to win her over, Bob remembered. Leia snapped at Bob, calling him a fat man and a slug. She was very upset and dissatisfied. Bob was a little scared of her. The main character admired her a little and was glad that the girl had such a character. Chris got along well with such people. Jessie had no idea that Leia was a side character. She did not think it was strange for the girl to appear in the office. Leia thanked Jessie for saving her, that she didn't even feel in danger with her, and for that, she wants to thank her. Leia began to open her duckling-like backpack. Jessie froze in surprise and anticipation. Leia took out a sphere. It contained a sheet of paper with a compass. It was a mini-map. Leia handed it to Jessie. Jessie felt an incredible feeling, activated the mini-map. Now she can easily navigate this game. Bob spoke again about what he had said a few minutes ago, pointing his finger at Jessie, Henry standing behind him in bewilderment at what was happening. The main character thought that Jessie would be very useful to him if he was going to go to the dungeons. The mini-map would make it easier to pass. Ellie's secretary walked over to the girl and leaned over to greet her. She was holding something in her hand and wanted to give it to Leia. Ellie had a couple of candies in her pocket. She decided to bribe Leia in the hope of getting something in return. She handed them to the girl. Ellie remembered in time that she had any candy left. She was ready to receive a mini card from the girl with a satisfied face. But Leia, sticking out her tongue and grimacing, said she didn't want to, calling Ellie a lying girl. The secretary did not yet understand what Leia said. She was so hoping to get a mini-map from the girl that her face expressed pleasure. When everyone fled, no one paid any attention to Leia, she said, dissatisfied. And now everyone wants to get a mini-map, the girl repeated several times. Ellie was infuriated by these words. Leia, realizing that Ellie's secretary got what she deserved, proudly turned her head away. Bob looked at the girl embarrassedly. Henry opened his mouth and loudly called everyone idiots. The boss began to talk about not negotiating with the snotty girl, as he called her, but taking the card from Leia by force. Henry began yelling loudly and threatening Leia to give him the map. The girl, frightened, stepped back. Realizing that the screams and threats did not affect Leia, Henry grabbed the girl by the backpack and held it tightly in his hands. Henry continued to yell at Leia and shake her by the backpack. He forced her to give him the mini-map. The main character got tired of all this. He hit Henry in the face with all his strength. Yes, with such force that drops of blood flew to the side. Jesse pulled the girl away from Henry. The boss flew to the side from the blow and fell to the floor. The hero began to tell Henry that he was a weakling if he used force on a child. An abrasion appeared on Henry's face. The boss boiled with rage, saying that as a hero dared to hit him, he was ready to strike back. Jesse calmed the girl, took out a handkerchief, and began to wipe away Leia's tears. The girl's eyes were wet with resentment. Leia, very upset and offended, burst into tears. It seemed that she would flood everyone with her tears, she was so offended. A fine alert appeared, and Chris and Henry turned to the girl. Leia continued to sob heavily. Leia continued to sob violently. The hero noticed the alert appear and turned to look. The alert warned about the deactivation of the safe zone due to receiving a fine. Henry, calling the hero a dumbass, accused Chris of being his handiwork. Bob grabbed his head in horror with the words, "We are covered." Chris noticed that the safe zone was gradually dissolving. Drops of cold sweat appeared on his face. The hero began to be seized with fear. The demons began to smell and could already see some of the characters. Smiles appeared on the demons' faces in anticipation of blood. The most agile demon had already begun to make its way through the barrier of the safe zone. The demon's eyes were bright red with bloodlust. The demons continued to laugh as the safe zone was about to disappear. They were already anticipating the taste of blood. Leia continued to sob and was not going to stop. Jesse continued to calm her down, but her attempts were unsuccessful. The safe zone was almost gone. Everyone was scared and didn't know what to do. They began to panic. The laughter of the demons made Bob's face sweat cold. Chris understood that when the zone disappeared, everyone would die. He needed to do something. The hero began to think about how he could distract the demons. Time was already running out. Chris decided to act alone. The hero decided to divert all the attention of the demons to himself and take them away. The hero needed another artifact in this building, but there were so many demons that Chris doubted whether he could distract them and then throw them off his tail. Suddenly, the hero felt something. Someone's hands touched his back. It was Henry, with the words that the hero arranged all this, even if now he is raking it up. The boss pushed the main character towards the demons with all his strength. With a strong push, Chris flew forward, outward towards the demons. The main character flew out of the turn to a safe zone where demons were waiting. They were very happy with such an appearance of the hero. One of the demons immediately began to attack the hero, aiming at the head of the main character to smear him into a cake. Chris received a strong blow to the head, but the warrior's ability worked, and the damage from the demon's attack was not enough to finish off the hero. Jesse began to shout loudly at Henry, saying that he allowed himself, that he was just sending the hero to his death. She was very outraged. But Henry didn't feel guilty and didn't make much excuses to Jesse for what he had done. The only words he said were that he would save everyone's lives. Suddenly, the characters heard the voice of the hero. Everyone turned in the direction of Chris. The main character was standing. Half of his eye was covered in blood. This blood appeared from the blow of the demon, but Chris did not die. The hero said that everything was fine and that when he gave the signal, everyone fled. The hero deftly dodged the next attack of the demons. Chris gave a signal to the group and began to distract the demons to himself. Jesse was worried that Chris might die. She didn't want him dead. She shouted that they shouldn't do it. But Bob said that they needed to run while the hero distracted the demons. Chris opened his mouth wide and shouted loudly, "Run!" The hero's eyes were red from the effort put into shouting. The first person to run was Henry. Jesse quickly grabbed Leia in her arms and everyone rushed to the exit. The characters, pushing and shoving, ran in the opposite direction from the demons. The first to run was Henry. The main character headed in the other direction. distracting all the attention of the monsters to himself. It seems that they bought into this trick. Leia, in Jesse's arms, watched as the hero diverted all the demons' attention to himself, leading them in the other direction. The girl was worried about the hero. Tears began to roll down in her eyes again. Leia's attitude towards the main character changed in a positive way, and she decided to thank him by giving him a mini-map. Chris thanked her with a look and said thank you to himself. A slight smile appeared on the hero's face. He achieved what he wanted. Now he has a navigation map in his hands. Chris quickly decided to open it to orient himself. The hero noticed to himself how human the game characters are than real people. He has never had so much fun. The hero was determined. He continued to run, distracting the attention of the demons. The map opened. The hero noticed how one demon still chased the others, but he did not have time to respond to this. There were already many demons chasing him. The map also showed that somewhere nearby there was a special office. But in the chase, he could not see the door to this office. His attention was constantly distracted by terrible demons. One of the demons caught up with the hero and struck him on the back. Chris was thrown forward a little, and he took part in the pain. The second creature struck the floor hard, and the hero was thrown aside. The demons played with the main character like with a ball. Chris's attention weakened, and he did not notice how from the other side, a powerful blow from another demon flew in his direction. This blow hit the hero in the stomach, and with a further movement, the demon decided to slam the hero into the concrete floor of the building. From such a strong blow, drops of blood flew out of the hero's mouth. There was terrible pain. Chris almost passed out. The demon slammed the hero into the floor with all its strength. A strong rumble rang out around. Chris wouldn't have survived if he didn't have the war specification. Meanwhile, the demon chasing the rest of the characters had already killed one and continued to chase after the others. The demon almost caught up with the next poor fellow. On the face of the unfortunate man was a plea for help. With a strong blow of his hand, the demon pierced through the body of the employee. Splashes of blood scattered in all directions. Henry looked at what was happening with horror and fear for his life, but could not help his subordinate in any way. Bob screamed that they were all finished, that they were all going to die, so desperate and fearful was he. The demon, with a satisfied smile, drinking all the blood of the poor fellow, paid attention to the rest. He was about to throw the body and rush after the others. Jesse shouted that they had to run further down the hallway, that there was an elevator at the end of it that they could take down. Jesse and the others ran forward. The demon threw the body of the employee and chased after the others. Jesse continued to think about the hero. She believed that he would survive this chaos. Meanwhile, Chris crawled to the wall. The demons knocked out almost all the lives from the hero. The main character's shirt was covered in blood. The hero cleared his throat a little. The main character wiped the blood from his face with his hand. Lives were running out, but everything was going according to the hero's lawn. Huge fangs of demons protruded from their mouths. They were already anticipating how they would drink the hero's blood. But a yellow glow enveloped the hero. Chris smiled. A hole in the wall that appeared from the blows of demons began to suck him in. It was a secret entrance to the office that the hero was looking for. The demons were furious that the main character just tricked them. They were going to finish off the hero. But Chris had already entered the teleporter, and it was too late. The teleporter took the hero to a secret office. Behind the computer, you could see the silhouette of a man who was passionate about work. Passing through the teleporter gave Chris a headache, but suddenly his attention was attracted by a silhouette at the table. It was not a person at all. It was a skeleton with glasses, and he was working at the computer, the desk at which the skeleton was working, no different from the desk of an ordinary office employee. The hero began to approach him. Chris smiled. The hero was pleased to see his creation because he created the riddle. The hero greeted the skeleton. The skeleton was surprised to see the main character, and for a few seconds he could not say anything. But after a few seconds, he was happy to notice the hero, and also greeted Chris in response. The skeleton thought that the hero also worked 7 days a week like himself. The main character was getting closer and closer to the skeleton. He explained that he was very busy with work, and there was no time to chat with the hero. But Chris put his hand on the skeleton's shoulder, saying that he could take a little break and that the work would not disappear from him. The hero asked the skeleton for permission to use one of the markers that were on his table. The skeleton said that he did not mind. The skeleton sadly began to tell that he had been working without rest for a long time. that he had turned from a 20-year-old guy into a skeleton. Behind the skeleton's back, there was a clock on the wall. The hero, taking a marker, approached this clock, took it off the wall, and began to do something with it. Chris drew 12 o'clock on the clock and showed it to the skeleton. The main character was holding a clock in his hands. The hands of this clock showed the time a little more than 12. Chris told the skeleton that he could rest, because the clock had already struck 12 o'clock. The watch in the hero's hands began to gradually dissolve. The skeleton was happy with Chris's words. Now he understood that he was free from work and could do anything. Tears appeared in the skeleton's eyes with joy. He was so happy about this moment. The skeleton has overturned his desk. Now he does not need to work. Now he is free to do what he wants. The skeleton danced with joy and sent everyone who left it here to hell. The hero was a little embarrassed, because it was he who created this skeleton. A blue glow appeared under the skeleton's feet. For him it meant that he was freed, and for the hero that he had completed a secret mission. The skeleton was beginning to dissolve, and out of gratitude to the hero, decided to thank Chris, leaving him his remains. The skeleton was almost gone, but he was still happy about freedom. Now he wouldn't have to work forever. Chris wished the skeleton to find a good boss in another world. The hero was very pleased that he helped the poor skeleton. The skeleton was left with glasses in one of its bones. It was a reward for completing this secret mission. The hero's glasses were a little worn out. He was happy to change them. Besides, the glasses he received from the skeleton were invisible. Chris gladly put on these glasses. The glasses began to become invisible. In his hand, the hero held another gift left by the skeleton. It was one of his bones. Chris noted that it was very strange. The hero opened the inventory and decided to combine a stone knife and a skeleton bone. Chris needed a new weapon at any cost. Hammers were heard. Sparks flew from these blows. The process of creating weapons began. The hero received a bone blade in his arsenal. The peculiarity of this blade was that it dealt tenfold damage to demons. The blade turned out to be amazing due to the fact that the hero owned the merchant class. The hero admired the blade. Chris was very pleased with the creation of the new weapon. He was eager to use it in action. The hero cut the air from side to side, trying on how the blade sits in his hand. Now the day of reckoning has come for the demons, the main character noted. At the entrance to the secret location, demons were waiting for the hero. They were looking forward to the appearance of the main character. Something was heard. One of the demons struck, thinking that the main character had come out of the teleporter. But it turned out that the monitor flew out of the teleporter. The demons gathered around it and looked at the monitor in surprise. Suddenly, Chris appeared behind one of the demons. He distracted attention by throwing the monitor at the demons. While they were distracted by him, the hero decided to strike one of the demons from behind with his new weapon. The hero stabbed one of the demons in the back with his new weapon. The monster screamed loudly, but more from fright than from the blow. The demon looked at the scratch that Chris left on his back. Everyone else paid attention to the hero. The hero did not expect this. He thought that the demon would disappear. The demons began to attack the hero. Chris continued to be surprised by the fact that the demons survived. The battle began. The hero dodged the demons' attacks. The hero was repelling the attacks of demons with the blade, when suddenly it began to sparkle. Chris's lives were at a minimum, and the main character was already in despair. The scratch on the demon's back, which the hero left with his new weapon, also began to sparkle and expand. The demon felt unbearable pain. In a second, the demon was torn to pieces. Blood splatters scattered around. One of the demon's fragments hit the other's eye, and he covered himself with his hand. Chris was surprised by what was happening. The hero did not think that the knife was so cool. It turned out that the effect of the knife was delayed. By killing the demon, the hero gained a new level and restored health. Now Chris was with a full supply of life. One of the demons struck at the area. Everything around was shrouded in dust. The demon became very angry and smiled maliciously. There were 3 demons left. Their eyes were red with rage. The demons roared angrily. The situation was terrible. The remaining demons decided to pounce on the main character, but the hero was not afraid. Now Chris understood how the knife effect works. The hero only had to inflict at least some blow to any demon, and it would tear to pieces in a couple of seconds. They simultaneously struck at the place where the hero was standing, but Chris was not there. The main character went back into the teleporter. The demons could not get him there. They stood bewildered. Suddenly, the main character flew out of the teleporter and struck one of the monsters with his weapon. After a few seconds, the demon was torn to pieces. The others looked on in horror but did not retreat. The hero expected to hit at least 2 demons in order to easily deal with the remaining one-on-one. The hero decided to jump into the teleporter again. But one of the demons blocked the passage to the teleporter. Chris had no choice but to fight alone against 2. The demon struck the hero. Chris resisted as best she could. The demon cut himself on the blade, which meant that he would be torn to pieces in a couple of seconds. The main character struck another blow to increase and speed up the effect. The second demon swung and prepared to strike. The demon flew to the side. The hero was about to repel the attack of the second demon. The hero tasted the blood and entered the courage of battle. But the demon's strong blow cooled the hero's ardor during the blow. Chris managed to scratch the demon's hand with his knife, and this meant only one thing. After a couple of seconds, the last demon was torn to pieces. The main character emerged victorious from this fight. Before dying, the demon let out a terrible scream. The demon did not want to put up with defeat, but it was too late. Small pieces of flesh remained of the demon. The battle is over and the hero is victorious. Chris's level has increased, and the lives of the main character have been restored. The hero enjoyed the victory. Chris did not expect that he would become so strong. Meanwhile, the demon's pursuit of the employees continued. There was a pogrom everywhere. The characters called the elevator and pushing began to enter it, Henry being the first. Bob didn't know which floor to press the button on, and Henry called him a moron and told him to press the button on the first floor. Jesse opened the mini-map and saw that there were fewer demons, which meant that Chris had dealt with them. Henry, like the others, was outraged by the fact that Jesse constantly talks about the hero. Everyone began to shout at Jesse. The elevator doors had not yet closed completely. The demon almost made his way through the crack and finished off the characters. All he managed to do was grumble loudly. The elevator slowly closed its doors, slamming shut with an ominous creak, while a storm of aggression erupted inside. The demon, visibly furious, began to let out menacing growls, filling the tight space with its powerful sound, as if threatening to tear the air apart. The demon slammed its fist into the heavy elevator doors with furious fury, creating a powerful blow that pierced through the metal, resulting in a hole that it wanted to penetrate. The demon, with its incredible strength, punched a hole in the elevator doors, which corresponded to its frightening height. But at this time, the elevator had already begun to descend to the first floor, as if trying to elude a sudden threat. The demon's gaze, full of rage directed through the hole in the door, created a gloomy premonition of an inevitable collision. The demon, who was involved in his furious action, suddenly felt an unexpected blow from behind. Someone, sneaking up unnoticed, struck a forceful blow, causing the demon to instantly burst of aggression and defense. Finding himself behind the demon, the main character suddenly appeared with a new weapon in his hands. With confidence and skill, he stabbed the demon in the back, determined to become a defiant threat. Chris said, "Don't you dare attack my friends." His words sounded like a sentence mixed with a determination to protect close friends. The main character's gaze was insistent, and in his actions you could read a willingness to protect those who are dear to him. With a powerful blow from Chris's new weapon, the demon lost its balance and fell to the floor of the elevator. Then, like the fury of a raging storm, the swift killing of the demon instantly came. In a silence saturated with tension, Chris stood holding the weapon, ready to repel any further threat. Chris is surprised to find that all the demons on the floor have been killed and feels a slight nostalgia for the fighting atmosphere. With a willingness to take on new challenges, he looked at the navigation system alert. Chris carefully reads the notification of the navigation system in the game, preparing for new tasks and adventures in the virtual world. After reading the alert, he realizes that his stats leave much to be desired and decides to improve his agility and stamina, preparing for more successful adventures in the game world. The hero is glad that he has improved his stats, and a slight satisfied smile appears on his face, indicating his readiness for new challenges in the game world. A loud crash came through the window, making Chris's face fill with wonder as he stared intently at the outside world, trying to make sense of what was happening. The whole building began to shake, and Chris was struck with surprise because he had just freed the entire floor from demons. As Chris sliced through the rock, he realized that more demons had likely come his way, ready to challenge his enhanced stats. Chris remembered that he was most likely the leader of the Bora demons, and he couldn't wait to join the fight, filled with determination and excitement for a new challenge. A strong blow cutting through the air resounded in the street, leaving ruins everywhere and creating an atmosphere of destruction and unrest around. Out of the entire group of characters, only 6 people remained. Jesse stared at the monster in horror, sensing an impending threat. The demon leader had huge fangs, majestically gleaming, and his eyes emitted a bright light, radiating terror, creating an atmosphere of unknown fear among the survivors. Bob advised Jesse to open the minimap and explore a way to save them, stressing the need for a quick way out of the situation. With a face twisted in horror, Jesse reports that there is no visible escape route on the minimap, building up tension in the group. The monster let out a deafening scream, and its hand, like a destructive tool, made a hole in the building, horror piercing the air as everyone realized that the situation had become even more critical. Henry, who was the most frightened, did not want to face the thought of death, and drops of cold sweat appeared on his face, reflecting his excitement and anxiety. With the last of his strength and under the influence of fear, he cowardly rushed into the run, trying to get away from the threat zone. The demon was preparing to attack. A cloud of energy began to appear from its mouth, hinting at an imminent collision and filling the air with threatening tension. The demon struck, and a pillar of energy burst out of its mouth in Henry's direction. Enveloping him in flames, Henry burst into flames, falling under the demon's devastating attack. Instantly, all of Henry's flesh burned, leaving only dying bones as a result of the demon's devastating attack. Horror and powerlessness filling the air around him. The remaining pair of bones fell to the ground, and Henry was dead. The demon's deadly attack leaving nothing but shapeless remains, ending the life of the cowardly character. The remaining characters, in panic and horror, faced with the loss of Henry and the destructive power of the demon, realized that their struggle for survival had become even more hopeless. With horror in their eyes, Jesse and Bob stared at Henry's remains, realizing the terrible reality of the deadly encounter with the demon. Jesse realized that such an attack must have a cooldown, and raised the alarm, suggesting that the characters take advantage of this moment. Everyone began to run, trying to get away from the demon and avoid another deadly attack. The demon turned, his terrifying appearance terrifying, his terrible features and powerful figure creating an atmosphere of insurmountable threat. The characters split up. Jesse, Bob, and Leia headed the other way, the demon paying attention to them, dividing his threat between the two directions. Leia was in Jesse's arms. Suddenly, Jesse tripped over a rock, creating additional tension in an already critical situation. Bob turned to see what had happened. Jesse, on her knees, begged for help after tripping over a rock. Jesse twists her leg. Leia is unconscious, and in desperation, Jesse asks Bob to carry the girl to safety while she herself remains on her knees, fighting the painful blow in fear for little Leia. Meanwhile, the demon recharged and prepared to attack, its powerful threat preparing to overtake the characters who found themselves in a defenseless position. Bob, like a real coward, abandoned Jesse and Leia and immediately fled, leaving them unprotected in front of the advancing demon. Jesse turned, and the demon began its attack, creating an atmosphere of unknown terror around her. Jesse shielded Leia with herself and prepared for her inevitable death, assuming a defensive posture to protect the unconscious girl from the demon's attack. But then Chris appeared. He repelled the attack with his knife, intervening in the fight and giving Jesse and Leia a chance to escape. Chris could barely hold back the demon's attack, his knife shaking tensely under the pressure of the enemy's powerful force. But in the end, the knife absorbed the energy from the attack, shining with a bright light as if to emphasize the demon's strength. Jesse, not understanding what was happening, opened her eyes, meeting an unexpected appearance with the absorption of energy by the hero's knife. Jesse is just glad that the hero is alive, and tears of joy fill her eyes, expressing relief and joy that the danger did not affect her hero. The demon and the main character looked at each other, preparing for the fight, and the atmosphere was saturated with fear and uncertainty, creating a gloomy environment around. The hero's knife sparkled, and he stood up for Jesse and Leia, ready to fight the demon for their safety. The main character says that he will not forgive the demon for touching Jesse, expressing determination and readiness to avenge the attack on his friends. Chris pulls out the updated blade, and the moment the blade touches the air, the knife begins to sparkle, as if awakening a fierce power in itself. Chris's eyes sparkle with determination, and the sparks emitted by the knife add to the atmosphere of anticipation of something extraordinary. Jesse tells Chris that Leia is unconscious, even though everything seemed fine just a couple of minutes ago, expressing his dismay and concern about Leia's sudden fainting. The hero calms Jesse, explaining that it is temporary, that Leia is very scared, and asks Jesse not to leave her in trouble, expressing concern for the safety of the little girl. Jesse began to worry about the main thing, given the huge size of the demon, but Chris assured her with firm confidence that he would cope with him, adding determination and readiness to face the threat in his tone. Bob was hiding in the bushes nearby, and the main character noticed his presence, saying that hide-and-seek would not help him, showing fearlessness and willingness to accept the challenge. The demon launched an attack and a pillar of energy began to fly out of its mouth, but the main character was ready, raising his knife to face the impending threat. The hero's knife began to absorb the demon's attack, while Chris himself said that he knew how to defeat the demon and that he needed Bob's help, creating a tense and unpredictable situation. But the demon's attack was strong. Chris admits that he won't last long and urgently asks Bob to make a decision if he is willing to help or not. Bob hesitated for a long time, watching the hero hold back the demon's attack. Jesse thought that this could be the end for them, feeling the weight of the moment and the fear of the unknown of survival. But in the end, Bob made up his mind, coming out of the bushes, and asked Chris what he should do, expressing his willingness to step into action and help the main character. The main character loudly told Bob to find a stick and draw a circle around Jesse and Leia without explaining the reason, emphasizing the need to create a protective barrier. Bob was embarrassed, instantly glancing at Chris in bewilderment, as if he thought it was some kind of strange joke or test. Chris managed to repel the demon's attack. The knife sparkled. The hero shouted loudly to Bob to do what he said. Bob quickly found a stick and picked it up, adding that he was doing it for Jesse's sake, not to prove himself as a hero. Bob quickly began to draw a circle around Jesse and Leia. Leia was still unconscious. Bob tried his best to draw a circle as quickly as possible. Bob drew a circle and was suddenly surprised, and could not believe his eyes when he saw that the hero's words worked. A protective circle began to appear around Jesse and Leia. Suddenly, a monkey appeared on Bob's head with a small trumpet, and it began to play a funny melody on it, and Bob himself became a bit like a monkey. Bob was shocked by this, and the monkey continued to play the trumpet, jumping on his head and smiling cheerfully. This attracted the attention of the demon, who was slightly confused but prepared to attack, preparing to release a pillar of energy from his mouth and create a cloud of darkness around him. The demon struck, but Chris grabbed Bob in time, saving him from the fatal blow and protecting him. Bob thought that Chris wanted him dead, but Chris calmed him down, saying that he was just distracting the demon to give them a chance to escape. The heroes said that the protective circle would not last forever, so Bob needed to distract the demon once again, and Chris would strike using the magical power of the knife. Jesse noticed that the demon opened its mouth before attacking, and upon seeing this, she could dodge the attack using her quick reflexes and agility. The monkey on Bob's head abruptly started playing its melody, and Bob got scared as the music was very loud and strange, and the monkey started jumping and dancing on his head, creating even more turmoil. Chris told Bob to get ready as the demon began to prepare for an attack, turning his attention to the monkey. The demon's eyes glowed with rage. He was infuriated by the monkey on Bob's head, which continued to play his trumpet and jump on Bob's head. The demon's mouth was open. The demon struck a heavy blow with its attack in the area, creating a powerful explosion that shattered part of this protective circle and threw Bob and Chris in different directions. Bob was enveloped in flames. He began to scream that he was in pain and he was going to die. But Jesse noticed that it was an area attack and it wouldn't do much harm, as the demon, despite its power, was unable to accurately target its opponents due to the intervention of the monkey that distracted it. The protagonist decided to take the opportunity and attack the demon head-on, although it was very risky as the demon was much stronger than him, but Chris was willing to sacrifice himself to give his friends a chance to escape. Chris abruptly walked towards the demon, His knife began to sparkle, expressing his readiness to fight a powerful opponent. Chris got close to the demon's leg and began to strike quickly, showing agility and determination in a fight with a powerful opponent. The demon turned sharply, expressing surprise as the hero quickly attacked him. Suddenly, the demon's attention was distracted by a monkey playing its own melody, infuriating the demon. The demon erupted in rage and directed its attack towards Bob, reacting to the infuriating monkey. The demon's leg began to sparkle, indicating that the effect of the main character's knife had worked. But it was not enough to completely destroy the demon. Realizing that this was not enough, the hero asked Bob to distract the demon once again, trying to create an additional chance for a successful attack. The demon was standing in front of Chris, having lost one leg after a successful series of blows using the knife effect. Bob was afraid to distract the demon again, and he was about to cowardly run away, but suddenly the monkey began to play his song again. The demon's reaction was instantaneous, and it threw a punch towards Bob with lightning speed. However, this time the demon's blow missed, and Bob rushed to run. Bob thought to himself that it was a good thing that Jessie had suggested a way to dodge the demon's attack. The conscious usefulness of her companion's hints and advice in such situations. The monkey began to play his song again, and the demon, in a wild rage of evil, prepared for another attack. Bob asked Chris to hurry up. Bob begged Chris to hurry up because he couldn't hold the demon's attention with his monkey for long and dodge the attacks. Chris approached the demon from behind and began to stab, his knife sparkling more and more. Chris went into a frenzy, screaming and stabbing hard. The knife continued to strike sparks, reflecting the strength and determination of the hero in the fight with the demon. Finally, the demon collapsed to the ground, Chris and Bob standing looking at him, defeated. Chris and Bob were delighted to realize that this victory brought them a lot of experience and strength, strengthening their skills. The monkey on Bob's head gradually began to disappear, leaving behind only a faint echo of his game, as a symbol of the completion of victory. Chris stood and stared at the defeated demon, experiencing the moment when the grim threat finally receded. Suddenly, a stone began to glow bright yellow on the demon's body, attracting Chris's attention. Chris was surprised by this glow because it meant that the object was rare. Meanwhile, the border began to disappear, and Bob was about to get out of here. But Chris decided to stop him, seeing that something unusual was happening in the air. A voice began to question the heroes about how they defeated the demon boss. Bob noticed something in the air above the heroes' heads and drew the attention of the others, drawing them to the unusual phenomenon. It was a guide to the game. She looked like a cat and an angel at the same time. She introduced herself as Rafaela. Rafaela happily announced that the heroes were the first to defeat the demon boss, displaying their unique abilities. Rafaela added that other players run from monsters like bugs. The hero was surprised to realize that there were still other players in the game. Rafaela began to question Chris about how he managed to deal with the demon boss and achieve such impressive success. Suddenly, voices were heard from the cave, drawing Chris and Rafaela's attention in the direction of the source of the sound with some anxiety. It was Ellie and two of Chris's other colleagues, Stevie and Joni, who had come out of the cave, with Ellie cursing at Stevie, conveying some concern. Bob was surprised by their appearance and asked where they had fled, expressing his bewilderment at their sudden appearance. Ellie began to make excuses, saying that it was not easy for them, that there were difficulties they faced. Ellie wondered what the thing in the air was, paying attention to Rafaela. Rafaela said that with everyone in place, it's time to hand out the rewards, preparing the heroes for the next stage of their adventures. Each hero, under the sign of Rafaela's favor, received a bag of royal coins as a reward. Rafaela said that every hero can use gold, even if he is not a merchant, opening up new opportunities and prospects in the new virtual world. Since Chris has the skills of the merchant class, he decides to take advantage of this in order to make the most of the mine gold in his favor. Ellie decided to ask Rafaela what they should do next and in which direction to go. Rafaela explained that the whole world is now open to them, inviting the heroes to explore new territories and conquer even more adventures. Everyone quickly decided to start navigation, trying to get used to new places and reveal all the secrets of this world. Rafaela said that heroes need to fight monsters to increase their level, draw attention to combat experience for their development. Stevie was very upset by this fact, perhaps feeling some uncertainty or fear of the combat challenges in the game world. Chris decides to go on an adventure alone, aiming to level up in the game world and learn new skills and experiences. The protagonist suddenly remembers that Jesse is injured and needs help, realizing that a healer is needed. He reaches out to those around him, hoping that someone has a healing class and can help Jesse. Jesse refuses to help, but Chris insists that the heroine's injury is severe and she needs help. But neither Ellie, nor Stevie, nor Bob have the healer class. Jessie herself is also not a healer and cannot heal her injury on her own. Chris is already starting to feel frustrated, but suddenly Johnny says that he can help. Alone among all, Johnny happens to be a healer and decides to help Jessie by lending his skills to treat her injury. Johnny, not fully understanding how to apply his healing skills, approaches Jessie, showing determination and willingness to help. Johnny resolutely pulls the pain out of Jessie's leg, thereby healing her injury using his healing skills with surprise on Jessie's face. Jessie's leg was fully restored thanks to Johnny's healing skills, allowing her to move freely again. Bob is delighted with the healer's skills, and Ellie asks Bob to convince Johnny to join their team. Bob notes that the idea is good, that they can complete tasks together, and Stevie decides to join their team. Jessie's face suddenly changes. She wants to ask Johnny for a favor. Jessie asks Johnny to heal Leia as she is still unconscious, expressing concern for the girl's condition. Johnny decides to help the girl and reaches out his hand, ready to use his healing skills to restore Leia's consciousness. Suddenly, the game system throws an error, which causes anxiety for the characters. At the moment when the game system gave an error, Chris looked at Rafaela with a questioning look. In response, she only shrugged her shoulders, acknowledging her powerlessness in the face of an unexpected failure. Suddenly, someone began to call out to Rafaela, and she turned her gaze towards the sound. Someone ordered her to take the girl away, and Rafaela replied that she would carry out this errand, expressing determination in her tone. Suddenly, Leia began to bleed, and Jessie, confused and frightened, does not understand what is happening. Rafaela announces that this is an unusual secondary character who has some kind of malfunction and that it is better not to touch the girl. Rafaela expresses her desire to pick up the girl as quickly as possible, explaining that she needs help due to a glitch in the system. Jessie let go of the girl, giving Rafaela the opportunity to help Leia. Rafaela took the girl and was about to leave, but the main character decided to ask her one last question. Chris asked Rafaela if she knew who turned the real world into this game space, but Rafaela silently walked away without giving an answer, which made Chris a little angry. She disappeared into the portal, leaving Chris unanswered and standing in front of a defeated demon. Bob was numb, realizing that Rafaela had left without telling anything important. A mystery was in the air, and Chris was standing in front of the defeated demon, overwhelmed with questions about who was behind this world. Jessie, looking at the hero, asked what he was going to do next, offering to join forces in completing tasks and exploring this mysterious world. After realizing the dangers of the place Chris is going to, he is concerned that taking Jessie with him could be dangerous. The hero, with an air of mystery, declares that they need to explore the world alone to uncover new mysteries, and Jessie feels some sadness. Chris reassures Jessie that she shouldn't worry so much and asks her to look into her inventory. The protagonist gives Jessie a powerful artifact that he received for defeating a demon boss as a special gift for her loyalty and courage. Jessie looks at the artifact in surprise, not believing his eyes. The hero hands Jessie a necklace made of the demon's eye, which he received as a reward for his victory. Jessie says she can't accept it because she's not capable of anything. Chris smiles and tells Jessie that she is stronger than she seems, and this artifact can help her reach her potential. He convinces her to take it as a sign of trust and support. Bob, hearing Chris and Jessie's conversation, is furious because he also contributed and helped the hero in the fight against the demon. He expresses his displeasure, feeling that his efforts were underestimated. With an embarrassed smile, Jessie accepted the gift from Chris, grateful for his care and attention. The grateful hero handed Bob a bag of coins as a token of appreciation for his participation and help in the fight against the demon. Chris seriously warned Bob not to harass Jessie anymore. After saying goodbye to everyone, Chris, with a look full of determination, waved his hand as if saying goodbye to the previous chapter of his life, his heart beating in unison with his steps, heading for uncharted distances where new dangers and mysteries awaited. The main character, barely visible in the bushes, almost disappeared, becoming part of the landscape. His figure, shrouded in mystery and adventure, slowly dissolved in the surrounding darkness, as if leaving behind a trail of mysteries and an unknown future. Jessie saw the hero off with a loving gaze, saturated with warmth and admiration. Her eyes reflected not only gratitude for the artifact as a gift, but also something deeper. The hero peered around and saw that the bodies of the fallen heroes were lying on the streets of the city. The gazes of their lifeless eyes seemed to be fixed on the vast expanses of virtual reality. The main character stood in a gloomy city. His gaze was directed into the distance, but a tearing pain reigned in his soul. He thought that the game world should be an ideal place full of adventures and exciting discoveries. Chris, doubting Rafaela's words, plunged into thought. Through the whirlwind of events, he tried to understand how real and dangerous the world in which he found himself could be. While the hero was thinking, he came to a certain place. The main character realized that he was facing difficult and dangerous tests in this incredible world. Usually, players fought against small monsters to level up. Each battle was a new challenge. These small monsters are resurrected after death. You need to apply your new skills and tactics well to deal with them. The hero decided to go to a secret dungeon, hoping to find some answers and new opportunities for his adventure. Chris decided that before going to the dungeon, he needed to dress up in style. In search of suitable equipment, he went to the city store. The prices turned out to be quite high, and the hero shuddered a little looking at the price tag in the store. The hero noticed that the traces of disorder and chaos touched even this store. Broken windows, shabby goods, the air was filled with an atmosphere of danger. Chris found that the riots that had begun had affected values. Jewelry was losing its former value and lying uselessly on the shelves, as if doomed to oblivion. The main character decided that it was even better for him and collected all the decorations. In his eyes, abandoned decorations were now a valuable resource that could be useful in future adventures. The main character went to the portal, peering into it with an attentive eye. The hero's heart noticeably quickened, anticipating new challenges and dangers that could await him beyond the portal. Chris disappeared in the sparkling light of the portal, leaving behind a world of mysterious adventures and unknown dangers. An uncharted path was in front of him, and the hero was looking forward to new challenges. A magnificent dungeon stretched out in front of the hero. The air was filled with purity and freshness. Everything around was shining. Chris felt excited before the opportunity to explore this dungeon. Chris looked around and noticed that there were plenty of materials and resources for improvement in this amazing world. The hero picked up one crystal, feeling the touch of its energy. The shining crystal seemed full of mysteries and possibilities. The guy decided to keep it in the inventory, knowing that such artifacts could be useful in future adventures. The guy felt something small in the distance. The hero's heart noticeably quickened, but then he smiled, realizing that it was just an ordinary rat. Chris, feeling the bite and sudden aggression, recoiled from the rat, trying to defend himself. He realized that even seemingly harmless creatures can become dangerous in this unpredictable world. The main character who looked at the rat was surprised to realize that it was a mole, but instead of claws, he had the same crystals that were everywhere. The hero decided to come closer and try to establish contact with this mysterious creature. Chris, remembering the gold ring that he picked up in the shop, decided to use it at this moment. The hero threw a gold ring towards the mole, hoping that this jewelry would bring some changes to the strange behavior of the creature with crystal claws. The mole hugged the ring and joy flashed in his eyes. The hero realized that gold has a positive effect on creation. Chris decided to quickly finish off the mole while he was busy looking at the ring. The guy noticed that for the destruction of an unusual mole, he was awarded only a small amount of experience. In the darkness, many eyes suddenly sparkled. The hero prepared for a new challenge, not knowing what was hiding in the darkness in front of him. The main character felt a chill running down his spine. He slowly began to turn. Chris watched in amazement as a pack of moles rushed at him with laughter. He quickly prepared for battle. The hero decided to throw the jewelry into the crowd of moles. When Chris threw the gold jewelry to the moles, they, attracted by the glitter of the jewels, rushed towards them. The main character, dropping jewelry from the inventory, fled from the advancing pack of moles. He deftly maneuvered, avoiding their paws. Chris was looking for shelter or a way out of this unforeseen situation. While the moles were too absorbed in the prey, the hero was looking for shelter or a way out. But suddenly an ominous sound was heard. Chris, who was on the run from a pack of moles, let out a piercing cry directed towards danger. The hero was filled with stress and despair, reflecting a storm of emotions. Suddenly, a huge mole appeared with eyes sparkling with demonic light, its presence filling the air with a sinister energy, causing the hero to freeze in alarm. The chief mole slowly approached, examining the jewelry that the hero had thrown, the mole's eyes sparkling with greed, and his paws flashed with crystal points. Chris decides to use the jewelry as bait, hoping that the head mole in his pack will be distracted by the shiny jewels. While the mole greedily stuffed his pocket with jewelry, the hero decided to use this moment and quietly step aside without attracting attention to himself. The mole was so happy with the gold that he even closed his eyes with pleasure. Chris decided to use the gold from his inventory to get the head mole's attention by handing him the gold. The chief mole noticed the gold in Chris's hands, his eyes sparkling with greed. The hero threw gold in the direction of the mole, hoping that the glitter of the jewels would distract his attention, and then Chris would be able to strike. The mole was distracted by the gold, his gaze completely absorbed by the shine of the precious metal. Chris took out his knife with lightning speed and went behind the mole's back, approaching the target with concentration. The hero's knife began to sparkle, taking on a dazzling glow in the dark cave. The main character carried out a well-aimed knife blow to the mole's back, emitting sparkling sparks, hoping to inflict huge damage. The mole, despite the blow, remained on his feet and in response to the attack became restlessly nervous, preparing for a retaliatory strike. The mole's claws slammed into the hero's knife, creating sparks, and Chris was thrown aside. Chris felt pain as his back hit the wall, but quickly came to his senses and prepared for the next mole attack. The hero realized that the mole was not a demon, but an ordinary animal, and realized that it would be much more difficult to cope with him. Realizing that a difficult battle was ahead, the hero prepared for serious tests. The knife in his hands sparkled, ready for decisive movements. The giggling of the little moles made Chris focus his attention. He turned to the small creatures, ready to repel any attack. The hero looks at the little moles, ready for battle. The knife in his hand flashes, and his eyes fill with determination. The battle is about to begin. Little moles rush towards Chris, emitting predatory screeches. The hero prepares for the first contact and meets their attack in the blink of an eye. With his knife, Chris deftly parried the attacks of small moles. Avoiding bites, he rotated, making confident blows and swift movements to prevent the moles from getting too close. The protagonist, focused and fast, maintained a high level of attention while dodging attacks. The chief mole, with demonic eyes, stared at Chris as if trying to penetrate his thoughts. The trusty knife in the hero's hands flashed as he deftly parried the attacks of small moles without losing concentration. Realizing that he will not last long against the numerous small moles, the hero decides to get to the surface. Crouching hard, Chris prepares for a powerful jump, trying to get to the surface. Flying into the air, the hero felt as if his legs were magnetized to the ground. Instead of falling, he was floating in the air. With a sense of ease and confidence, Chris smoothly returned to solid ground. The hero guessed that the skill of jumping depends on agility. The chief mole, seeing how easily Chris had escaped the skirmish with the little moles, maintained his stubborn gaze, as if anticipating a more serious battle. The loud, nasty laughter of the main mole caused goosebumps on the skin and made the heart beat faster. The main mole seemed to be enjoying the upcoming fight and was ready for a fierce confrontation. The mole approached Chris, its crystal paws emitting light, and the ominous light of its eyes filling the entire corridor of the dungeon. It seemed that he was enjoying the moment, ready to attack at any moment. Chris quickly rummaged through his inventory. He came up with something. The hero, quickly counterweighing his reserves, pulled out some more gold coins from the inventory and threw them in the direction of the mole, trying to attract his attention. Chris resolutely laid out all the gold he had left next to him, trying to attract the attention of the head mole. The mole, seeing the glitter of the jewels, readily jumped to the golden heap. With agility and speed, the hero avoided the mole's jump and dodged to the side, avoiding its attack. The main character, instead of attacking with a knife, decided to dodge and use another item from his inventory. The mole was approaching the gold, his eyes shining brighter with greed. It seemed that he was mad. The hero, with a satisfied look, took out a lighter and a bottle of gasoline. Chris poured gasoline over the gold, creating a shiny cloud of fuel around the pile, and while the mole was bathing in gold, he was all smeared with gasoline. With a confident gesture, the hero set fire to the bottle and with a strong swing prepared to throw it at the mole. The fire engulfed the mole and he let out a nasty screech, trying to get away from the fiery flames. Chris looked at the flaming mole with a merciless look, determination and a certain sense of victory in his eyes. The fire show continued. Rolling on the ground, the mole tried to extinguish the flames. Apparently, the mole was perplexed and frightened. Despite his burning appearance, the mole was still trying to summon his little subordinates. Chris realized that he needed to act quickly before the mole gathered support. The hero, seeing that the mole is in a weak state and is trying to escape from the fire, decides to deal him the final blow. The main character stops when he sees that the mole has turned around and one of its eyes is completely burned. The hero feels that maybe he overestimated the strength of the mole and he should be more careful. The mole quickly jumps towards Chris. The mole used black smoke against the hero. The main character realizes that the situation is becoming more and more dangerous. Realizing that the mole has unusual and dangerous abilities, Chris begins to think about a strategy for how to deal with this unusual opponent. The hero stands, surrounded by smoke, and concentrates on the situation. He knows that the mole has unique abilities, and he will have to use all his skills and ingenuity to face this unusual enemy. Chris fends off the mole's attack with agility and skill, using his knife and avoiding its sharp claws. With each movement, he seeks to find a weak spot in the mole's attacks in order to respond with a counter of his own. The mole uses his demonic abilities to carry out a successful attack, hitting Chris and damaging him. The hero feels pain and slowing down, but does not give up, concentrating, and despite the damage received, Chris continues to fight. The mole, noticing that the hero is in a difficult situation, lets out a snide laugh and prepares for the final blow. The ominous laughter of the little mole sounds around, cheering on their leader. With the last of his strength and quick to react, Chris dodges the mole's final blow, his agility and resourcefulness helping him avoid the deadly attack. Chris decides to gather his strength and move away from the mole. The mole is furious and tries to finish off the hero. The hero tries to dodge, but the mole nimbly strikes another blow, hitting the main character. Chris feels pain, but does not give up. Chris, blinded and bleeding, realizes that the situation is becoming more and more critical. In a stubborn struggle with the mole, he has to use all his reserves of strength. The hero's deep sigh slowed down for a moment as he tried to assess his condition. It was clear to him that continuing the battle under the current conditions could lead to serious consequences. The mole looked at the hero ominously. He assessed the situation, preparing for the decisive blow. When Chris got to his feet, his gaze was fixed on the giant mole that stood in front of him, all shrouded in fire. Suddenly, the giant mole abruptly moved forward and struck the hero a powerful blow with its huge paws. Chris flew to the side, crashing into the cave wall, feeling the pain of the violent blow. The hero, screaming in pain, understands that he needs to take decisive measures. With determination in his eyes, Chris grabbed his knife. The knife flashed in the hero's hand, and he prepared to counterattack. The mole picked up a large stone and prepared to nail the hero with it. The hero gradually rose to his feet, simultaneously remembering what he could use in his inventory. The mole threw a stone at the hero with all his strength, leaving little chance of survival. The main character, remembering the glasses he received from the skeleton, quickly puts them on. Chris, although in a sickly state, managed to dodge a stone throw, performing a deft dodge thanks to glasses. The guy remembers for a second how he got the glasses and thanks the skeleton. Suddenly, the mole laughed mischievously, as if teasing the hero, his laughter sounding defiant. Chris, realizing that life is at a minimum, decides to use his special counterattack. The forces taken from the special counterattack pour into Chris, give him additional energy. The hero, feeling a surge of strength, decides to use this moment and attack the mole with renewed vigor. With increased energy, Chris delivers a decisive blow to the mole, avoiding its attacks. With force and fury, Chris brandishes his knife and delivers a decisive blow to the mole, blood spurting in different directions. The mole, trying to respond to the attack, makes a clumsy maneuver and misses. The hero takes advantage of this moment and dodges. Chris lands on the ground, preparing for the next attack. At this time, the mole, stunned by the previous blow, tries to get back on his feet. Mole decides to use black smoke, hoping that it will give him an advantage in this fight. Chris and the mole come face to face, both ready for the next attack. The tension in the air is felt, and each of them searches for the opponent's weak point. Meanwhile, the two players look on in displeasure at Jesse's deftness with the monkeys. The monkeys fly away from Jesse's attacks, and in the meantime, she gains experience. Jesse deftly coped with the attack of the monkeys. The rest of the characters stood and looked at her. Jessie looked at her new weapon, the scythe from the demon's eye. She felt the energy of the weapon fill her body. Now she had a powerful and mystical rare scythe, capable of striking with the power of demonic energy. Jessie remembered Chris and felt some anxiety. She was worried about the hero. Concerned about the presence of such a powerful weapon, the rest of the group cannot understand why Jessie decides to go with them. Bob, chewing on an apple, says in surprise that the monkeys have not dropped many apples and that something is wrong here. Bob, chewing on an apple deeply, suggests that Chris may be dead. But Jessie doesn't want to believe it. She's sure Chris is alive. Meanwhile, the hero lies on the ground with a satisfied smile and his knife sticks out of the mole's head. The dead body of the chief mole lay on the ground, and next to it was his crown. Chris lay on the ground, smiling and enjoying his victory. He knew that the mole had been defeated. Chris regained his health after gaining a lot of experience, feeling his strength and skill in combat reach new heights. With his new experience, Chris has learned several new skills, expanding his arsenal for future adventures. It turns out that when defeating important bosses, the game can open access to unique abilities and skills for the hero. Chris now has the wolf skill, which will give him new abilities and skills. This skill can be useful in various situations in his adventures. The hero examined his new skills, paying attention to their description and capabilities. Perhaps these skills will help him in a more successful and interesting passage of his adventure. Chris, looking at the newly acquired crystal, realized that he could now control the little moles. The main character is surprised to see how little moles run to him, which he can now control with the help of a new crystal. Chris activates the crystal and the little moles instantly respond to his commands. They begin to jump around merrily, creating a cute and cheerful round dance around the hero. The hero smiles as he sees how his new allies have reacted happily to the challenge. The little moles, having run around Chris, begin to squeak happily and wave their paws as if expressing their favor and blessing to the hero for their release. The hero decides to let all the moles go, but the remaining mole pulls Chris's leg, expressing his affection and devotion to the hero. A small and cute mole jumped merrily around Chris, expressing his joy and devotion. With a smile, Chris decided to keep the cute mole with him. Chris gently stroked his new ally, receiving a friendly purr from him. The mole suddenly bursts into tears. He says that he wants to be useful to the hero. Chris instructed the mole to keep an eye on the others and warn them of possible dangers while he explored the game world. The mole happily began to carry out the order and watch the others with amusement. The rest of the moles began to get carried away by digging in crystals, and soon small shiny gems shimmered in their paws. The hero smiled as he saw his new companions having so much fun. The little mole seemed to have taken on the role of leader, commanding the rest of the moles. He would aptly point them where to dig, and together they would find more and more crystals. The main character smiled as he saw how the moles were coping with the search for valuable crystals. He felt that he now had reliable companions. Chris began to experiment with the crystals that he collected. He decided to create unique artifacts. Although the hero tried to create unique artifacts, he ended up accidentally creating an ordinary helmet. The moles, under the control of the little mole, continued to diligently collect crystals, despite their small regularity. Chris looked thoughtfully, assessing the speed of the moles and the number of crystals they would be able to obtain. He began to calculate how much time he would have to spend before he could collect enough crystals for his purposes. Chris, deciding that mining the crystals will take quite a long time, decides to set up a tent. The little mole runs in with an anxious look, radiating some anxiety. The mole approached the hero's tent. Very worried about something, the tent began to open. The little mole stood beside Chris and began to blink its crystal eyes, trying to attract attention. It turned out that two moles had found a large crystal and began to fight for it, the little mole told the hero. Chris, calmly holding a box of noodles in his hand, decides to intervene in the mole conflict. Hero. He wisely decides to appease the moles by taking a few small bars of gold from his inventory. He offers each of the moles a bar. With joyful squeaks, the moles set to work with renewed enthusiasm, carefully collecting the crystals. With satisfaction watching the moles diligently collect crystals, Chris felt that his new allies were becoming reliable assistants. The little mole and Chris stood side by side, their eyes fixed on the huge pile of objects they had collected in the course of their work. The hero tried on different things from his prey, assessing their weight, shape, and structure. The little mole tells Chris that he has noticed an old merchant nearby and that he can sell unnecessary items. The bandage on Chris's arm suddenly began to glow with a bright blue light, creating a mysterious atmosphere around the hero. The blue light slowly envelops the little mole, and it begins to glow with the same mysterious light as the bandage on Chris's arm. A special bond arises between the hero and his new pet. With joy in his heart, the hero thinks that with such a faithful companion, every adventure will become more exciting. Rafaela suddenly appears in front of Chris and his faithful companion, her presence causing some anxiety. She looks anxious and tense. Rafaela asks the hero where all these things come from. Her voice sounds wary and asks the hero to immediately explain what is happening here. Well, the thing is, I just found them, by chance, traveling. It's not so important that the hero said. Chris decides to show the crystal that allows him to control these cute moles and that they help him gather resources. This crystal helps me control the moles. They gather resources for me, Chris explained, not wanting to give the crystal to Rafaela. But Rafaela still took the crystal for inspection, examined it, returned it to Chris, and said that everything was fine. Rafaela wondered what Chris would do with a bunch of items, but the hero began to evade the answer. Rafaela listened attentively to the hero, who tried to justify his actions. Rafaela and Chris began to argue about whether it was right to get items and resources this way. Rafaela argued that cheating was unacceptable, and the hero tried to explain that he was just using the resources available to him in the game. Rafaela was worried about another thing, and that was how Chris got into this dungeon because no one could get in. Chris told his story, talking about strange events, encountered creatures, and mysterious artifacts he found in this world. But Rafaela realized that Chris was trying to confuse her. Realizing that Chris's explanation has shocked Rafaela, the hero decides to slowly leave, leaving her to collect her thoughts. Rafaela, deciding that Chris's explanations are not enough, decides to take the crystal from him, preparing to defend himself. The hero clenches his fists, ready for a fight. Chris, holding a fighting posture, and Rafaela, stunned by the cessation of the mole's work, both take note of the unexpected change in the situation. Chris thinks there is an opportunity to sneak away from her, thinking of an escape plan. Rafaela, realizing the mistake with the moles, tries to restore their performance. Exhausted and exhausted, Rafaela could not eliminate the mistake associated with moles, becoming powerless in front of Chris at that moment. The hero, who has decided not to fight, invites Rafaela to think about the situation together and find a solution that suits both of them. Despite Chris's attempts to handle the situation, Rafaela continues to show anger and dissatisfaction with the situation. With surprise in his eyes, Chris watches as Rafaela begins to destroy the moles, bewilderment and anxiety taking over him as he didn't expect this. Vaguely aware that his little mole is disappearing, the hero feels the weight of the loss. Chris looks around the system in bewilderment and discovers that the system counts the killing of moles as his own for some reason. The main character, enraged by the unjust counted killing of moles, decides to attack Rafaela. Chris begs Rafaela to stop the genocide of moles and find another way to resolve the conflict. But Rafaela says that it is too late and the liquidation process can no longer be stopped. The hero expresses his rage, claiming that Rafaela destroys weak and helpless creatures. Chris, despite his desperation, decides to use his new wolf skills and try to defeat Rafaela. Rafaela, a little frightened, slowed down her actions, assessing Chris's new abilities. The hero smiled vindictively and prepared for a response, using his new skills. Rafaela, shouting provocatively, continues to spur the hero to attack. Chris, realizing that conflict is inevitable, decides to fight with Rafaela. Her eyes glow red, showing her rage and power, and she began waving her arms in preparation for an attack. A tense silence reigns between the hero and Rafaela, waiting for the beginning of the battle that seems inevitable. Unexpectedly interrupting the fight, a mysterious character appears, with a huge backpack on his back. The character asks Chris and Rafaela for directions, trying to relieve the tension between them. Chris was relieved to meet the merchant he had been waiting for a long time and who could help him in this situation. Chris offered the merchant to buy the items, the merchant priced the items, offered a good price, and agreed to a deal with Chris. Rafaela told the hero that he was overdoing it and wanted to get rid of the merchant. But her attacks did not harm the merchant, and Chris told him not to pay attention to her. The merchant smirked and agreed with the hero. He invited the hero to look at his goods. Maybe something would catch his attention. Rafaela continued to yell and swear at Chris, expressing her rage and displeasure. The merchant evaluated the hero's items, showing interest in his loot, ignoring Rafaela's rage and swearing. Rafaela threatened Chris and left, leaving him with the merchant, who continued to evaluate the hero's loot. The merchant remarks that the hero was lucky this time to get rid of Rafaela in this way. Chris agrees with the merchant and says that he will come up with a way to deal with Rafaela. They return to discussing the prices of the goods, discussing what items and in what quantities Chris could sell to the merchant. Chris is a little unhappy with the valuation of the goods and decides to try to bargain with the merchant. The hero names his price and begins to bargain with the merchant, trying to negotiate a better deal. The merchant listens attentively to the hero's explanations, trying to understand the logic of his proposal. The merchant expresses his last conditions firmly and decisively. After agreeing to the terms, the hero and the merchant shake hands, completing a successful deal. The protagonist smiles, realizing that the deal was profitable for him, and begins to prepare the goods for transfer to the merchant. The hero watched as the merchant collected the items in his backpack. Finally, he got rid of these unnecessary things. With warmth in his heart, the hero said that this deal not only enriched Chris, but also brought a new friend to his adventure life. Happily noticing that the hero has a new ally and friend, the protagonist and the merchant shake hands once again. Chris sees the merchant off with gratitude, knowing that their friendship and cooperation will be useful in their future adventures. Suddenly, the merchant handed the VIP card to the hero as a token of gratitude. Chris accepts the VIP card, knowing that it may be useful in his future. Taking into account the successful trade with the merchant, Chris's trading skill has increased, opening up new opportunities for him in this game. The hero's joy at increasing his trading skill was reflected on his face, and he was looking forward to new adventures and opportunities. The protagonist patted the merchant on the back, expressing gratitude for the deal and support in their future adventures. The merchant gave Chris a bottle of magic water as a gift. The hero gratefully accepted another gift from the merchant, feeling that it could be useful. The main character looked at the bottle and then put it in his inventory. The hero snapped his fingers to open the teleporter and exit this dungeon. Chris traveled to an unknown location through a teleporter, preparing for new adventures and mysteries that await him. The guy, immersed in his thoughts, began to nurture a plan for the next steps that would decide his future in this amazing and dangerous world. An amazing picture suddenly appeared in front of Chris. The hero realized that his adventures were just beginning. Chris looked around at the crowd of taxi drivers, each of whom was trying to attract his attention. They wanted to earn some money. Chris looks at the small Jeep that circled around them with interest. He was curious where this new acquaintance could lead. The Jeep stops in front of the hero, as if the embodiment of freedom, and the driver, with a smile of an adventurer, invites him to get on board and jump into the whirlwind of uncharted roads. Chris's bewildered gaze, like a question mark in the secret of heaven, meets the driver of the Jeep. In the midst of the crowd, there is suddenly an offer from another driver, but the main character, sensitively feeling the reliability and adventurous mood of the first driver, realizes that the meeting with him promises to be more exciting and safer. With dexterity, Chris jumps into the Jeep, feeling the powerful roar of the engine below him, like a harbinger of adventure. The driver, like a magician, put first gear, and the Jeep rolled gently in the direction of the adventure zone. In the middle of the whirlwind of smoke of the wheels, the hero, with a smile on his face, asks what your name is, and the answer is the name Michael. Shaking the curtain of riddles, Chris, like a world explorer, begins to ask Michael about those people. Michael, like a speaker in the midst of adventures, says in a few brief sentences that they, like myself, are engaged in transporting players. Chris, expressing surprise with a look, says that you can't earn much by transporting players. Michael replied that not everyone knows how to conquer virtual peaks and earns as much as they can. Michael, lighting a cigarette like a curtain before an important moment, sighs and says that the world has changed so suddenly and that his role is now not just to accompany the players, but also to become part of this new, exciting virtual reality order. With a cigarette in his hand, the driver reveals that guilds have appeared and divided up the territory. Surprise illuminates Chris's eyes like the magic of unexpected events. The news that Michael tells amazes the hero, and the main character asks to tell more. Michael revealed that there are 3 leading guilds in the virtual world: the Flame Falcons, the Shadow of the Dragons, and the Coven of the Silver Stars, and briefly explained their specifics. The driver, when the Jeep gently freezes at its destination, advises Chris with some caution not to immerse himself in the world of fighting between guilds. The hero, with an expression of gratitude in his eyes, generously pays for the driver's services, and Michael, with seriousness on his face, warns that the virtual world is full of surprises and dangers. Under the sky of the virtual world, Chris sees off the driver with a farewell look, like a hero. Keeping the spirit of adventure, Chris decides to open the navigation system to find out where he is. Chris's heart skips a beat for a moment as the screams break through the silence, and with determination, he heads towards the sounds. The hero discovers a group of players arguing with virtual guards, one of them trying to prove something. With a sword in his hands, the guard, like a relentless guardian of order, blocks the path of the players. Chris, carefully examining the surroundings, notices that behind the guards there is a teleporter, which he needs. The guard stubbornly tries to restrain the players, who suddenly raise a storm of disputes, like waves in their confrontation. One player, who stands out majestically from the rest of the players, continues to prove that they can pass. Another player offers to go ahead, as if it were the key to resolving conflicts. Guards instantly react to another player's suggestion, like a storm ready to move in any direction. The sudden intervention of the hero singles him out, and the main one draws attention to him. Chris, drawing all the attention to himself, says that they can defeat the guards, but they can't escape punishment. Joseph, while maintaining his confidence, does not trust Chris's words. Joseph sends his subordinate Mary to check Chris's level, as if level analysis would be the key. The hero, despite the dispute around, respectfully addresses the guards and politely asks to be allowed to enter the dungeon. The guard informs him that he cannot let Chris into the dungeon either, due to the small level. The hero was ready to refuse. Chris unfolds his tent, and they find themselves alone as a guard. The rest of the players, dumbfounded by the sudden turn of events, express their bewilderment. Joseph, a shrewd leader, realizes that the hero is also heading to the dungeon and decides to observe, waiting and analyzing. The guard, a little embarrassed by the sudden turn of events, like a virtual guardian of order whose usual boundaries have been violated, looks anxiously in Chris's direction. The main character, with a slight smile, offers the guard a gift, as if in an attempt to settle the conflict. Chris, with the dexterity of a diplomat, offers the guard a small bag of coins, as if it were a symbol of gratitude and respect. The guard, standing in front of the hero's proposal, raises his head with pride and declares that he is honest and does not succumb to bribery. Chris, insisting on his own, offers some more gold coins as a treat aimed at breaking the impasse and finding a common language. The guard, smiling a little, agrees to the hero's proposal, and the tension is replaced by an atmosphere of friendliness. Wanting to emphasize his agreement and as a sign of favor, the guard offers Chris a special pass, as if it were a symbol of their union. The rest of the players watch as Chris and the guard come out together, as if united by a temporary alliance. The guard carefully explains to the hero how to use the provided pass as a key to secrets and dangers. Joseph, keeping his caution, asks Chris to take a look at the pass. Chris makes it clear that he will not give a pass just like that, and offers to discuss the terms. Joseph, showing interest, asks the hero about the conditions for granting a pass. The main character, acting as an offer, offers to give him more than half of the loot in exchange for a pass, but the players do not agree to this. Joseph, showing a tactical mindset, invites Chris to join the Shadow of the Dragon Guild, since he is its deputy. Deep inside the hero, there is a realization that guilds are of no interest to him, and their involvement can interfere with his personal progress. Chris smilingly declines Joseph's offer to join the guild, emphasizing his independence. Annoyed by the rejection, Joseph decides to test Chris to determine what skills the hero possesses. Joseph's punch comes into space with unexpected force, and at that moment, the tension around him becomes palpable, foreshadowing a growing conflict. Joseph's pleased partner smiles as he sees their plans to test the hero begin to go ahead, while the guard reminds him that fights are forbidden. Joseph, sensing something is wrong, begins to understand that the main character is not as simple as it seems. Chris, showing quick reflexes, stopped Joseph's blow with one hand. Surprise flashed in Joseph's eyes as he faced the unexpected power of the main character like a whirlwind of change. Realizing the unexpected strength and determination of the hero, Joseph, surrendering in this fight, agrees to the offer, realizing that Chris is not so weak and can represent an important ally. Joseph, recognizing the hero's strength and potential, hands him the guild symbol and asks him to hurry. Chris carefully examines the object and realizes that it may be useful to him in the future. The main character approaches the guard and shows him a pass, confirming his right to enter the dungeon. The guard, recognizing the pass, lets Chris and the rest of the players to the teleporter, as if opening the door to new adventures and exciting worlds for them. Chris, passing by, thanks the guard for the pass provided and says goodbye. The rest of the players look askance at the hero, as if they are dissatisfied with obtaining a pass and entering the dungeon. Chris, being the last, enters the teleporter and disappears like a follower of a great quest. The rest of the players were standing at the exit of the teleporter, their eyes filled with thoughts about what awaited them. Joseph notes that the new place they went to is different from where they were last time, as if anticipating new challenges. The main character, standing in a new location, recalls his work on this place. Joseph, carefully examining the new place, notices something, and this alarms him. The attention of all the players was focused on the place where Joseph was pointing. Chris confidently declares that there is no reason to worry, reassures the rest of the players. Players listen carefully to a strange sound that approaches them like a signal of an approaching challenge, and they prepare for a fight. Mosquitoes emerge from the darkness, but their size was unusually large, and instead of their usual noses, they had swords. Joseph, aware of the threat, shouted for all players to prepare, like a leader organizing his group before fighting unusual monsters. With the accuracy of a warrior, Joseph kills the first mosquito. His brass knuckles the monster in half. The sound of battle and sparks create an atmosphere of tension. Joseph's assistants, drawing attention to the many monsters, emphasize that the situation is becoming more and more complicated, as if the monster wars are taking on a new level. Players working as a team crush mosquitoes, accurately and effectively destroying these monsters. One of the mosquitoes, showing aggression, heads toward Mary, creating a moment of tension and danger for the character. With a well-aimed shot, Christopher kills the advancing mosquito, saving Mary from the attack. The sound of the shot pierces the space and the mosquito collapses. Chris, noticing the participation of healers in the battle, emphasized that even healers enter the battle, instantly restoring the health of their allies. Another player holding a spear in his hands begins to cast spells, trying to summon something. A huge tongue of flame suddenly erupted from the player's spear, creating a fiery spiral around the player. Chris, meeting a sudden manifestation of magic, is a little surprised by the new abilities of his allies. Two young players of beginners fight off attacking monsters using their weapons. One of the little players can barely hold back the mosquito's pressure, as if fighting an unusually persistent monster. A sudden blow, like a lightning blade, slices the mosquito in half, creating an effect of strength and determination. Chris, showing his virtuoso skill with a knife, suddenly appears, cutting a mosquito in half and protecting the little players. Young players admit that they don't know how to fight at all, that they are beginners who find themselves in the middle of a tumultuous event. The hero, expressing confidence, tells the little players that he has his own plan and asks them not to interfere. Something sparkling drops from the mosquito that Chris cuts up. One of the newcomers decides to pick up this item. The newcomer picks up the thin leg of the mosquito and holds it out to the hero as a sign of gratitude. Chris, taking the thin leg of the mosquito in his hands, radiates some kind of mysterious confidence, as if he sees something in this unobtrusive object that others do not notice. The newcomer in the cap smiles and nods with satisfaction, seeing that Chris perceives this unusual object with interest. Joseph deftly finishes off the last mosquito from the first wave. But the dungeon does not remain quiet for long. Seeing that this was only the first wave of attack, the players prepare for the next virtual wave. Chris, drawing the attention of all the players to himself, suggests going to the mines, seeing the next important stage in this direction. Joseph suspects that something is wrong here. His instincts are alert, like a premonition of danger. Beginners, deciding to use their skills, take out pickaxes, preparing to mine crystals in the mines. A newcomer in a cap, watching Chris closely, his gaze ahead, filled with interest and determination, creates a mysterious virtual tension. The main character, remembering the plan of the location, thinks as if going through important points and routes in his mind. Joseph draws the hero's attention to himself. He notes that their powers are approximately equal. Joseph, demonstrating his ambition, expresses a desire to get Chris's equipment, suggesting that it is likely of high quality. The hero, perplexed by Joseph's statement, explains that he was just lucky to prevent that attack. Mary and another of Joseph's assistants decide to put Chris to the test by approaching him. The main character, with a smile and determination, declares, "A fight is a fight," and prepares for a fight. Joseph, realizing his ambition, orders the rest of the players to surround and attack Chris. The hero is surprised to go through his inventory, discovering that the special powder has somehow disappeared. With agility and reflexes, Chris avoids the first attack, expertly dodging and showing off his agility. Mary, trying to attack, misses badly and almost hits her partner. Suddenly, a fireball appears behind Chris, creating a surprise for the hero. Chris, showing reflexes and agility, abruptly brushes off the fireball, scattering it into sparks, and begins to run towards Joseph. Joseph, realizing the unexpected turn of events, begins to prepare for defense, forming a strategy to resist possible attacks. The mage with the spear prepares for the next blow by raising the spear and focusing on the enemy. An archer with a bow in his hands is preparing to shoot an arrow. His gaze is directed to Chris, trying to hit a certain point. Chris remains unfazed and shows no signs of fear, his face expressing confidence and calmness. The main character, masterfully using his skills, creates black smoke that envelops all opponents. This smoke makes Chris even more unpredictable for his opponents. The archer is suddenly blinded by the smoke created by Chris. He makes a random shot. The arrow flies past Chris without causing him any harm. Blinded by the black smoke, all the other players obey Joseph's order and stand in a circle. A character wearing glasses, aware of the effects of smoke, tries to use his abilities to dispel a virtual dark cloud. Chris's reflection appears in the character's glasses. The hero is about to attack Joseph's henchman. Chris instantly delivers a sharp blow, stepping out of the shadows and masterfully attacking. His movements are filled with skill, creating a tense moment. The main character decides to use a radical method. He approaches the healer with the intention of chopping off his hands. Chris's eyes flicker with a ruthless determination that knows no mercy. His eyes express unwavering purpose and absolute control. The rest of the players still stand blinded by the smoke, powerless against the forces and intrigue unfolding in this dungeon. Joseph, aware of the threat and danger, warns all players to be alert and careful. Chris notes that it will not be easy to cope with everyone at once. His thoughts emphasize the complexity of the situation. The hero's attention is attracted by two little beginners. His eyes are fixed on them, emphasizing Chris's attention. Two young newcomers, frightened by the chaos, quickly declare that they have nothing to do with what is happening, their voices trembling with fear and their eyes expressing genuine concern. Chris suddenly realizes that one of the newcomers may have stolen his powder. The hero, suspecting that one of the newcomers may have stolen his powder, decides to check the skills and inventory of the character in the cap. Suddenly realizing that Chris has guessed, the hero in the cap decides to act fast and escape. His legs instantly begin to carry him away. Realizing the need, Chris begins to accelerate, his legs briskly rushing him forward after the fugitive. Chris, masterfully accelerating, instantly catches up with the alleged thief and presses him to the ground. Caught by Chris, the rookie admits his mistake, saying that he is sorry and that he was wrong. The main character, threatening the newcomer, asks where his powder is. The rookie, frightened, admits that the powder is in his pocket and begs Chris to get off it so he can get it. Not believing the words of the thief, the hero decides to get the powder out of his pocket himself. Suddenly, the second newcomer shouted, attracting the attention of everyone present. Caught in the middle of the chaos, the second newcomer is attacked by a character from Joseph's group, the healer's brother, whose hands were chopped off by Chris. Under the pressure of the character's attacks, the guy, bleeding, falls to the ground. The character, despite his victory, declares that he will take revenge on the main character for his brother's hands. With the smoke clearing, Joseph prepares to finish Chris, assuming that he now knows what a hero is capable of. Despite the threat from Joseph, Chris is not going to give up. His gaze is full of determination, which emphasizes his willingness to resist and continue the fight. With a single decision to kill Chris, all other characters launch a coordinated attack strike. Chris's strength and agility are shown in repelling attacks, and if the other characters are attacked, he tells the thief to hide. Joseph, despite Chris's resistance, shouts to keep attacking, which creates a struggle and tension, emphasizing his determination to defeat the hero. In response to the character's advance, the main character resolutely opens a vial of powder. Chris, reacting quickly, throws powder at the attacking opponents. A terrible stench appears in the air. With a slight grin on his face, the hero announces that the show has begun. The sudden spread of the eerie stench infuriated Joseph, creating an additional element of chaos around. The strong smell causes a reaction in everyone else, who, plugging their noses, try to get away from the stench of the incident. Under the influence of the horrible smell, a flock of mosquitoes begins to flock, creating additional chaos. Fleeing from a swarm of aggressive mosquitoes, the players, being confused, begin to fight. One of the players, who finds himself in the very epicenter of the fight against mosquitoes, is suddenly grabbed by someone's huge tongue. The rest of the players, tired of fighting mosquitoes, look at their comrade in bewilderment. Suddenly, a huge toad appeared. It was she who grabbed the character and then swallowed him. It was the boss of this dungeon, a huge poisonous toad. Joseph's outburst of rage is heard by a scream. He stands surrounded by mosquitoes, shouting the hero's name. A huge toad paying attention to Joseph with its expressive eyes. The confrontation takes a new turn. Chris, taking up his equipment, prepares for the inevitable fight with a huge toad. The hero is filled with determination. A huge toad, preparing for battle, swings its huge tongue in all directions, creating a whirlpool and causing excitement. Its movements fill the virtual space with tension. Chris, approaching the toad, suddenly realizes that its attacks are aimed at random, a huge tongue waving in the air, creating unpredictable blows and causing chaos. The toad's tongue changed color slightly. The mosquitoes suddenly scattered. Suddenly, as Chris approaches the toad, venom falls on his arm. With the realization that the poison from the toad begins to slowly take his life, the hero realizes that time is working against him. Meanwhile, the character killed earlier begins to slowly rise, becoming like a zombie. In the midst of the chaos of battle, the toad, still furious, aptly directs its huge tongue towards Mary, the tongue deftly hooking on her body. Joseph accurately fends off mosquito attacks, but their numbers and aggressiveness make the situation increasingly difficult. Joseph, shrouded in rage and screaming from mosquito attacks, furiously blames Chris for all the troubles happening in this dungeon. With rage and a rising tongue, the toad prepares for a new attack. Her gaze is full of anger, and her tongue is sparkling, ready to attack one of the characters again. Under the influence of rage and tension, Joseph begins to undergo inexplicable changes. His body increases in size, turning him into a giant warrior full of anger and hatred. Now transformed into a giant of rage, Joseph stands in front of the rest of the players, determined and ready for battle, his body radiating powerful energy and his eyes sparkling with hatred and determination. The thief in the cap notices the massive changes in Joseph, saying that he now looks intimidating. Joseph, gathering all his strength, swung his fist, striking the toad with fury and power. Joseph's punch swept through with mighty force, creating a wave of destruction all around, leaving a feeling of irresistible power in its wake. Despite Joseph's powerful punch, the toad only trembled slightly, demonstrating its incredible endurance. Chris and the thief in the cap, assessing the power of Joseph's blow and his huge fist, exchanged surprised looks. The toad, despite Joseph's blow, swung its long tongue, creating a wave of energy. Her tongue darted toward Joseph with lightning speed, inflicting a strong "oud." Joseph recoiled under the blow, feeling pain and loss of health. Joseph suddenly realized that the poison from the toad had begun to take effect, penetrating his body, the effects of the poisoning becoming palpable, adding additional complexity to the already intense battle. Distracted by the sensation of poisoning, Joseph could not notice the approaching blow of the toad in time and missed it. Toad, after a successful blow, simply croaked, staring its virtual eyes at Joseph. Her croaking sounded like a mockery. With a croak, as if to cause merriment, the toad threw its tongue in Joseph's direction, striking again. The toad's blow was extremely powerful. Shaking Joseph's body, the character was thrown backwards. Chris, realizing that the situation was becoming more and more dangerous, skillfully attracted the attention of the toad to himself. Chris, with a smirk on his face, slowly drew a knife from his inventory. It was obvious that he was ready for action. With a furious croak, the toad strikes again, pointing its tongue towards Chris. With dexterity and skill, Chris dodged the attack of the toad's tongue, emphasizing his agility and virtuosity in battle. In the midst of the raging battle, the hero resolutely headed towards the mosquito swarm. Chris, with calculation and ingenuity, accelerated his run, heading straight for the swarm of mosquitoes. A special protective shell enveloped Chris, giving him temporary immunity from mosquito attacks. Under the influence of activated defenses, a swarm of mosquitoes helplessly rushed around the hero, trying to cause damage to him. Seeing the swarm of mosquitoes, the toad resolutely waved its tongue, deftly catching one of the mosquitoes. With a big gulp, the toad swallowed the captured mosquito, creating a moment full of sounds and textures. With a victorious grin on his face, Chris carried out his cunning plan. The mosquito-eating toad forgot about him for a while, giving him an opportunity. Following his plan, Chris headed for the toad, ready to take advantage of every opportunity. The toad, impressed by the number of mosquitoes, was too absorbed in replenishing his stomach. Chris, taking advantage of this moment, skillfully avoided tongues and rushed forward. With the skill of a virtuoso, the hero accurately struck a whipping blow to the toad. The force of Chris's blow shook the toad, its shape fluctuating under the impact of the blow. The hero was ready to strike the next blow. A clear understanding of actions could be seen in his eyes. Chris, feeling a surge of excitement, resolutely seized the opportunity. With a smile on his face, he activated the smoke skill again. With virtuoso agility and precision, the hero directed a series of blows towards the blinded toad. His attacks were so fast and accurate that he instantly found weaknesses and used them to his advantage. The thief in the cap watched the turbulent events taking place around him with his mouth open. The thief in the cap was amazed not only by Chris's strength, but also by his skill. The thief, realizing Chris's strength and skill, thought that with such a unique ability, he might be able to cope with the toad himself, and then he would not get anything. The thief, seeing the strength of the hero, realizing that it is easier to go through difficult levels with him, decides to take the equipment of his fallen comrades in order to use their resources in the future. Chris continued his crushing attack on the blinded and stunned toad, revealing his outstanding strength and skill in battle. The toad let out a loud and shrill croak, which meant that it had low life reserves and was angry. The toad's tongue, soaked in venom, poked out, moving in Chris's direction. The toad's tongue turned out to be not just chaotic, but magical. With each swing, it created illusions, forcing the main character to see non-existent threats. Chris, in his battle with illusions, faced many imaginary tongues. But with each blow of the toad, he showed his outstanding dexterity, avoiding fleeting dangers. The toad, in despair from the unsuccessful attacks, spat venom in Chris's direction. He, with his brilliant reaction, was able to dodge, bending under the poisonous stream. Despite his strength, Chris was slowly starting to get tired of fighting the toad. The hero, despite his fatigue, continued to deftly dodge the toad's attacks, using his agility and experience in wrestling. The poison hit Chris's hand again, causing poisonous damage. Chris remembered Jesse's words about interacting with the world around him. Chris and Jesse once added plants with an antidote to the game. The effect of the poison began to spread throughout the hero's body, weakening his powers and slowly stunning him. The toad, taking advantage of the distraction of the main character, carried out a quick and powerful blow, causing him significant damage. From the poison and the blow of the toad, Chris felt a sharp pain that gripped his body. Perhaps the strength of the enemy was not so easy to overcome. Chris, despite the pain and poison, gathered the last of his strength and managed to jump to the side, trying to avoid additional attacks from the toad. Realizing that there were reeds nearby, it was a plant with an antidote effect, Chris decided to use it to his advantage. Tearing off the reeds, Chris decides to use it as an antidote, trying to remove the effect of the poison. Toad opened its mouth, preparing for the next attack. With tenacity and experience, Chris, despite the pain and danger, quickly mixed the ingredients in his hand, creating an effective antidote for himself. In an ultimatum attempt, the toad decides to finish off the hero with a jump. Chris looked up, was horrified, and without finishing the antidote, he decided to dodge. Suddenly, the toad landed with a huge crash, raising a cloud of dust. The hero barely dodged the jump and almost turned into a cake. However, when the toad landed, it got stuck. It was another mistake in the game that was not fixed. Suddenly, Chris notices that there is a hidden trap under the toad, and he decides to use it against it. The hero, with mesmerizing thoroughness, perfects his antidote and swallows the last drop of salvation. Chris, with blatant determination, begins to end his confrontation with the toad while it is trapped. The main character perfectly synchronizes his movements, delivering an instant series of quick blows like a melodic dance. With solemnity, Chris looks at the defeated toad, conquered by his skill. An artifact mysteriously sparkles on the toad, as if magic blooms from its body. With a slight winner's brand, the main character gracefully bends down to pick up his well-deserved reward. As Chris taps into the bounty's magic, the light of his new ability flashes in his eyes like the stars in the heavens. The reward reveals a new reality to Chris, and an exciting mystery envelops his surprised gaze, causing him to silently open his mouth in amazement. With a new power inside him, the hero realizes that now he has the power of poison, which slows down the movements of the enemy. In the shadow of darkness, an inexperienced thief found himself trapped by an invisible force. Catching a rookie thief in his net, a surprised Joseph burns that he did not believe in the hero. Chris, surprised to meet the newcomer with a look, realizes that the thief is alive. With the thief, a surprised Joseph offers to exchange the rookie for Chris's equipment. The main character, with an icy expression in his eyes, coldly declares that they are not partners. The thief, screaming convulsively, begs Joseph to let him go. With cold determination, Joseph unexpectedly stabs the guy in the stomach like a wrong chord. From a strong blow to the stomach, the thief flies to the side like a leaf torn off by a whirlwind. The guy lands awkwardly on the ground, letting out an intermittent cough. Chris does not take his eyes off Joseph, watching his every move intently. Joseph, watching Chris closely, notes his composure in this tense moment. With sudden determination, Joseph walks toward Chris like a warrior ready for battle, his eyes sparkling with danger. With visible steadfastness, the hero, like an impregnable rock, refuses to yield to Joseph. His gaze is full of determination and readiness for a clash. Chris decides to try out his new ability, and the tension in the air reaches a breaking point as Joseph, sensing an approaching threat, tenses up, ready for an unknown violent skirmish. Gathering his strength and focused gaze, Chris prepares to use his new skill like a spell. Joseph, seeing how the protagonist is preparing to use his new skill, tenses even more, as if his every muscle is filled with the anticipation of the inevitable clash. In response to the rising threat, Joseph focuses his energy, preparing to apply his magnification. Chris instantly breaks the silence, delivering a swift blow like lightning in the night sky. After a crushing blow from Chris, Joseph finds himself in extremely serious condition, injured and stunned. With determination in his eyes, the hero, standing in front of the weakened and wounded Joseph, decides to finish him off, like the final chord in this confrontation. Joseph, weakened and defeated, falls to his knees, his strength exhausted, and his pride broken by the painful reality of defeat. In the face of the imminent threat of death, Joseph laughs with the last of his strength, as if experiencing the irony of fate. With amazement in his voice, Chris asks Joseph why he is laughing in the face of death. Joseph, still laughing, reveals the secret, saying that he knows Chris worked on the game. But the wound bled heavily, and Joseph almost died. At the last moment, amidst laughter and irony, Joseph defiantly gives the middle finger to Chris, adding a pinch of character and challenge to the gesture. With a terrible scream, Joseph dies and falls to the ground. Stunned, Chris, looking at Joseph's dead body, wonders how he could have known about his involvement in the making of the game. With excitement and anxiety in his heart, the hero peers into the face of the dead Joseph, realizing that this fact carries many unsolved mysteries and mysteries. Like a key comma in this mysterious puzzle, an image of a worker with whom he never crossed paths, but who was also part of this mysterious game, pops up in Chris's mind. In a maze of memories, Chris suddenly remembers that this mysterious employee was called Richard, but he was fired. Hearing the thief's sudden cough, Chris turns around, distracted from his thoughts and memories. Surprised that the thief is still alive and showing signs of life after the incident with Joseph, Chris instantly switches to a new turn of events. The cap falling off the thief's head reveals the secret that lurked under it, and the main character is very surprised by this. With her face revealed, the girl from under the mask enters the light. Chris, who has survived a chain of mysterious events, faces a new, unexpected reality. Chris, stunned by the discovery, recalls moments when he might have noticed that the thief was actually a girl. The words "My name is Sarah" sound in the air, filling the space between Chris and the mysterious girl. This moment means the solution of one of the mysteries. Sarah, sighing, says, "Chris, I urgently need a healing potion. I offer you a high price for it." The hero, remembering how she robbed him, asks Sarah what she can offer in return for the healing potion. With a smile spiced with irony, Chris offers Sarah an unusual solution. She needs to kill mosquitoes to level up. Sarah is unable to complete the unusual task, and realizing this, Chris decides to resort to another option. Sarah, bleeding and internally weakened, asks the hero what he is going to do. With visible determination and calmness, Chris answers, "Just sit and wait." With the promise to return and help Sarah, the hero decides to implement his plan. He knows that for this, he needs to collect rewards. Chris approaches the defeated toad, trying not to pay attention to its unnatural glow, examines the strange artifact sparkling on its back. Focusing on the defeated toad and the artifact, the main character decides to upgrade his equipment. Focusing on his equipment, Chris decides to improve his knife. With skillful hands and sensitive perception, the hero begins to combine the artifacts found in the defeated toad with a knife. In this mysterious combination, he sees the potential for new possibilities and strength. Combining magical artifacts and his skill in handling a knife, Chris creates an unusual weapon. The blade of the knife takes on a mysterious shape. Taking the created knife in his hands, Chris is amazed at its weight. It is not just a weapon, it is a work of art and magic. Light sparks emanating from artifacts play on the shiny blade, creating the impression that the knife itself has its own light. With a newly created knife in his hands, the hero decides to test its effectiveness on mosquitoes. With an improved knife in his hands and a precisely calculated trajectory of the blow, Chris prepares to attack. With defeat and admiration, the hero realizes that his knife now has an unusual ability. It can lengthen, resembling a whip. Now he has a ranged attack in his arsenal. Chris, who has mastered the new features of his improved knife, cannot hide his delight. With a powerful new knife in his hands and a whirlwind of action, Chris decides to finish off the remaining mosquitoes. Meanwhile, in the underground parking lot, a crowd of people is listening attentively. A masked man sitting in front of the crowd in the parking lot explains that they need to catch the girl in the photo. That girl was Jessie, and the crowd was going to take away her guns. This man calls himself Carminius and says that he will fulfill any wish of the one who catches the girl. During the fight with mosquitoes, Chris levels up with each successful blow, including the use of his advanced knife. With the last mosquitoes killed, Chris feels the excitement of victory and the satisfaction of a successful fight. Chris stood surrounded by defeated mosquitoes, aware that his path ahead was still full of dangers and mysteries. Among the shadows of an underground cavern, a mysterious merchant suddenly appears. "You're just in time," says the hero, meeting a merchant in a dark dungeon. Chris and the merchant greet each other with a cordial greeting, like old friends. "You know, Chris, your goods were selling like hot cakes," the merchant says, "almost all sold out. You seem to attract the attention of not only mosquitoes, but also buyers." Chris smiles back, pleased with the success of his item and the opportunity to sell something else. The hero proudly raises his hand, showing the merchant his prey in the fight against mosquitoes. The merchant wasted no time in opening his backpack, showing a willingness to buy up everything Chris had. As a sign of a favorable deal and a friendly atmosphere, Chris and the merchant hugged. Sarah, with a supportive look and a bag of coins, approaches Chris and the merchant. She wants to thank the hero for saving him. The main character, with a smile and joy, accepts a weighty bag of coins from Sarah. Sarah, seeing the merchant, offers him to buy her goods. Sarah, peering into the pockets of Joseph's corpse, tries to get something valuable or useful. The girl, rummaging through Joseph's pockets, pulls out a small knife. At first glance, it does not seem to be something special or valuable. Sarah, with candor in her voice, admits that her skill is stealing and asks Chris to let her take the knife. Chris agrees, allowing the girl to take the knife with the approval in the decision. She continues to inspect the contents of Joseph's inventory, looking for something else. The heroine, continuing to search Joseph's inventory, unexpectedly pulls out a strange sphere. This mystical sphere sparkles with a mysterious light. "Sarah, you can open this sphere," Chris asked with surprise and interest, looking at the mysterious object in her hands. The girl, carefully opening the sphere, finds a recording inside. On the recording, a man in a red mask transmits some kind of message. The merchant, listening attentively to the recording, suddenly realizes that the masked voice is familiar to him. His eyes widen in surprise, and he exclaims, "This is the person to whom I sold many items today." The recording with the man in the red mask offers to join forces and overthrow the leader. The masked man, continuing his recording, said that he intends to continue hunting for Jesse's weapons. A sudden threat towards Jesse causes Chris's inner turmoil, his eyes flickering with rage. A group of characters exits the teleporter, finding themselves again on the streets of the city. Bob is surprised that Jesse expresses his intention to give him the artifact. His eyebrows rise in surprise, and his eyes express uncertainty and bewilderment. Jesse is impressed by Bob's punch and says that you have shown yourself worthy and powerful in battle. Jesse, demonstrating his fairness and desire to maintain team spirit, offers to divide all other resources equally among all members of the group. Ellie, expressing her disappointment, looks at the small bag of gold she got. Bob, listening carefully to Ellie's words, expresses his opinion to Ellie. Let's be honest, you didn't work hard enough in this adventure, so your reward is not so impressive. Jesse, noticing the disagreements in the group and wanting to support Ellie, decides to make a generous gesture and give her reward. Ellie accepts Jesse's generosity and is still unsatisfied. Suddenly, a man in a red mask appears and introduces himself as Carminius. The group turns around warily, keeping a close eye on Carminius, whispers flaring up within their group. Dark figures begin to appear around the group, lurking in the shadows. An ominous, growing whisper fills the air, and the tension becomes palpable. Jesse, standing surrounded by dark figures and feeling the growing tension, realizes that something is wrong, her gaze shifting restlessly from one figure to another. Carminius, clinging to his characteristic style of mystery, suddenly says that he only needs to take the weapon from Jesse. Jesse crosses his arms and responds in a resolute voice, "No matter who you are or why you're here, my weapon will stay with me." Subordinate Carminia, carefully examining Jesse, suddenly guesses that perhaps this is the bracelet on Jesse's arm and there is her weapon. Johnny, understanding the tension of the air, says, "Friends, let's not start a fight. We can try to solve this in a reasonable way without resorting to violence." Johnny's words do not resonate with Carminius, who, despite trying to resolve the situation peacefully, orders his subordinate to throw a spear in the direction of the group. For a moment, tension is in the air, and the members of the group react to the approaching danger, preparing to defend themselves. A spear flying on Carminius's orders hits Joni. A scream of pain tears the air, and Joni flies back. A man in masket orders his subordinates, "Capture them, but don't kill them." Jesse, aware of the danger and ready for a fight, calls on the members of the group, "Everyone, come closer to me. Get ready to defend yourself." Jesse, preparing for a confrontation, used her weapon. A protective barrier appeared around them, sparkling energy surrounding them, creating an impenetrable wall between them and Carminius's subordinates. Jesse, realizing that she had been given a momentary advantage, exerted all her strength. Ellie, who is left outside the protective barrier, watches in amazement as her comrades inside the gleaming wall. Carminius's subordinates, who remain outside the protective barrier, are surprised by Jesse's unexpected abilities, their faces expressing amazement and bewilderment. Despite the surprise of his subordinates and even possible doubts, Carminius remains unmoved and orders them to continue attacking. Bob, realizing the inevitability of a collision, begins to ask what they should do next. Jesse remains determined to address the group. As long as the barrier is in place, we have time to think about how to proceed. Stevie, a member of the group specializing in healing, begins his work. He carefully examines the injured comrade and says, "Hold on, Johnny, we're here together." Realizing the danger, Carminius's subordinates prepare for a magical attack. One of them begins to summon energy, forming a shadow spear in his hands. The dark energy slowly condenses, creating the sharp end of the shadow weapon. Suddenly, Bob quickly notices that Ellie is left out of the protective barrier. He yells, "We have a problem! Ellie is outside the barrier. We need to do something!" The forces of Carminius quickly react to the new situation. The subordinates carry out quick and effective actions, calling on the dark energies. They deftly capture Ellie. Carminius, standing at a safe distance, asks his subordinates to lead Ellie to him. He speaks to them with confidence in his voice. Ellie, led to Carminius, suddenly turns around at her comrades with an expression of treason on her face. She says, "Sorry, friends, but I have my own plans." Her words sound cold and decisive. Bob is infuriated. One of the members of the Carminius group, trying to attack the protective barrier, says disappointedly, "Carminius, I can't penetrate it with my weapon. It's some kind of magical shield." Bob, feeling the need to boost the morale of his group, and possibly irritate the opponents, spurs them on by calling them weaklings. Hey, Carminius, your subordinates can't even break through our barrier. A strong guy in a green t-shirt feeling a challenge, and at least partially succumbing to Bob's provocation, decides to take the initiative into his own hands. Power and fire combine in the fist of the guy in the green t-shirt, creating a bright flame. He focuses his energy and power, preparing to strike at the protective barrier. A fist shrouded in flames touches the magical barrier, and something amazing happens. The barrier remains intact, but his fist is slightly swollen and hurts from the force of the blow. Carminius, threatening Ellie and showing his power, asks, Ellie, tell us how to break through the shield. Your life depends on how useful you can be. Ellie, don't say a word to them, Bob yells, reacting to her attempts to betray the secret of defense. You're on our team, remember that. Ellie, frightened by the threats and aware of the difficulty of the situation, decides to remain silent, not revealing information about the weak point of the barrier, her eyes expressing fear. The girl, feeling the gravity of the moment and realizing that her silence can lead to dangerous consequences, decides to tell everything with confidence in her voice. Ellie reveals that the barrier can succumb to numerous attacks, especially from different directions. Carminius, using the information received, decides to use this moment to his advantage. Carminius's subordinates, encouraged by the new strategy, launch a massive assault, directing their attacks at the defensive barrier. The barrier begins to crumble. A character in a red mask, commanding his group, gives an order. Increase the onslaught, destroy this barrier, leave him no chance to resist. Jesse, clutching his weapon and feeling the tension of the magical barrier, holds on with the last of his strength. A strange creature appears in front of Jesse, resembling a female figure. Its shape will be distorted, as if from shadow and smoke, taking on the contours of the body and dressing in a mysterious radiance. The demon Rommel, imprisoned in the girl's weapon, radiating a mysterious glow and surrounded by an aura of mystery, turns to Jesse with a proposal. Jesse, I see that you are in a difficult situation. I offer you my powers. Jesse, in excitement and surprise, looks at the demon Rommel, trying to unravel the secret motives of her proposal. She feels that something supernatural is standing in front of her. The demon continues to sparkle with a mysterious light, speaking with confidence in his voice. The price for my strength will not be so high, Jesse. In the sparkling light, the demon smiles slightly, and her eyes flicker with mysterious fire. Jesse, I am willing to give you my powers in exchange for your present and future. Jesse gathers her determination, looks into Rommel's eyes and says, I agree. The demon smiles mysteriously, expressing his approval. You have made the right choice. The barrier, under intense attack from the Carminius group, begins to crack and tremble as suddenly. Jesse suddenly feels invisible magical chains begin to wrap around her. While the girl becomes tied, she notices that the barrier around her begins to regenerate, gaining strength and power. Under the influence of magical chains and the regenerating barrier, the girl begins to feel something unusual inside herself. With the magic chains supported by Jesse and the demon power of Rommel, the barrier was fully restored. Carminius, seeing that the barrier has been restored and Jesse's group is ready to resist, is furious. The character turns to Ellie in a rage, expecting her to explain everything, but she has no idea what happened. Under the influence of Ellie's unexpected resistance and words, Carminius flares up with rage even more. His anger becomes more vivid and unrestrained, and his gaze is filled with poisonous fire. Meanwhile, Chris and Michael are racing in a jeep to the scene of the battle, the wind blowing their hair and the hum of the engine mixing with the noise of the struggle coming from afar. Michael, driving a jeep, shouts to the hero, "Hold on tight, Chris. I'm driving at full throttle." Sarah, being in the back seat of the jeep, holds tight. Her gaze intensely follows what is happening. The protagonist, feeling the growing tension, wastes no time. His determination to help his comrades only strengthens, and he encourages Michael to speed up. Influenced by Jesse's magic and the group's resistance power, the barrier continues to hold off the onslaught of Carminius and her subordinates. Jesse's powers superimposed on the magic barrier finally reached their limits, and the shield disappeared. Carminius, seeing the disappearance of Jesse's magic shield and her weakening, prepares to take the weapon. Stevie and Bob, seeing that Jesse is weakened, immediately rush to her defense. They stand in front of the girl, ready to protect her from the attacks of Carminius and his group. Jesse, though weakened, says with pride and determination, "I will never give up my weapon." Carminius, hearing Jesse's refusal, grins in anticipation, anger and contempt flickering in his eyes. The character's words sound like a sentence when he orders his group to kill everyone. The tension in his team noticeably increases, and his subordinates are not ready to follow his order. Carminius, seeing that his order was insufficient, decides to resort to magic and use the power of his hypnosis. Under the influence of hypnosis, the eyes of Carminius's subordinates begin to glow red, giving them a menacing appearance. Carminius again orders his subordinates to kill everyone in Jesse's group. Under the influence of hypnosis, one of Carminius's subordinates attacks Bob. The second subordinate, under the rule of Carminius and with red sparkling eyes, attacks Stevie. Ellie, seeing the advance of Carminius's subordinates and realizing the danger, urges them to surrender. The girl, realizing the seriousness of the situation, decides to use her dexterity and cunning. She begins to suck up to Carminius. Bob resolutely raises his shield and successfully fends off his subordinate's attack. A guy in a green t-shirt gets into a fighting pose, preparing for his next action. Bob, realizing the need for variety, quickly takes a stick out of his equipment. Jesse, sensing Bob's intention to get the stick, quickly realizes what he intends to do. A barrier magically appears around the girl. Jesse, standing inside his barrier, turns his gaze to Bob with some intensity. In the midst of the whirlwind of battle, the same small and nasty monkey suddenly appeared on Bob's head. It jumps merrily and makes strange sounds. Carminius looks at the monkey on Bob's head and suddenly begins to laugh, his laughter reverberating across the battlefield. A monkey sitting on his head, cheerfully and masterfully begins to tease others. He makes grimaces and plays his song on the trumpet, as if provoking everyone around. Sinister, named the monkey Bob this way, begins to play his melody. Under the influence of anxiety and bewilderment, the opponents, seeing the monkey Sinister playing the trumpet, begin to show anger and irritation. To put it in a very indecent way, the statements and gestures of the monkey become even more provocative and provocative. The monkey cheerfully and defiantly makes fun of opponents. Breaking off the chain, the emotions of the enemies are overflowing, and everything at hand flies toward Bob, from magic spells to various items. Bob, having decided that it is time to stop this chaos, decides to distract his opponents. Carminius's men begin to pursue Bob, and he himself orders everyone to return. As Bob continues to run, a monkey on his head calls Carminius a moron. The laughter, the dance, and the monkey's comment instantly increased Carminius's anger. His eyes lit up with a bright light, and his face was distorted with anger. With his unconventional and flexible style, Bob continues to dodge enemy attacks as if dancing under their attacks. The opponents, dumbfounded and confused by Bob's unusual behavior, cannot understand where he got such dexterity and skill in evasion. The character, being in the center of his comic performance, was suddenly distracted for a moment, as if suddenly. Bob, who has lost his vigilance for a moment, is hit by one of the opponents. Bob flies back from the blow, creating a spectacular moment in the fight. Bob succumbs to the blow and falls to the ground, creating a moment of tension in battle, and the malevolent begins to disappear. After the character falls to the ground, a sudden cough of blood adds a tragic element to this fight. Jesse, seeing the difficult situation and in order to avoid further bloody battle, decides to give his weapon to Carminius. The character, having received the girl's weapon, decides to finish off everyone. Carminius warns everyone present about the consequences that can await those who dare to stand in his way. The masked character, as if playing with Jesse, expresses an unexpected compliment, noting the girl's cute face and expressing regret for having to kill her. Jesse, while maintaining his strength and character, throws a strong statement in the face of the character, calling him a bastard. A sudden slap on the cheek from Carminius demonstrates his cruelty and ruthlessness. Carminius showed his cruelty, ordering his subordinate to kill her. The subordinate, preparing to carry out a ruthless order, raises a spear, pointing it in Jesse's direction. Chris's decisive intervention, accompanied by a sharp blow, interrupts the ominous atmosphere. Carminius, turning his gaze to the source of the interference, expresses his bewilderment, turning around with a questioning expression on his face. Chris, reacting instantly, picks up an unconscious Jesse, worried about her condition. The protagonist's heart beats faster when he realizes that Jesse is still unconscious. Anger runs through Chris, fueled by the situation and the danger facing his friends. His eyes sparkling with aggression and his hands clenching into fists. Carminius, observing this unexpected turn, wonders who this snot is. The setting is filled with tension when Chris holds Jesse unconscious, and Carminius threatens him. Chris, showing determination and composure, decides not to give in to Carminius's threats. He carefully lays Jesse near the tree. Chris erupts with anger, telling Carminius to shut up. A small mole suddenly appeared on Chris's shoulder, attracting attention with its unexpected appearance. The surprise of the people of Carminius adds to the already growing intensity of events, and they exchanged glances, expressing their bewilderment and surprise at this unusual situation. Chris, feeling tense, bites his finger, causing blood to appear. The hero, deciding to use his blood, carefully collects a drop on the tip of his finger and offers it to a small mole. Under the influence of a drop of blood, the small mole instantly begins to grow, turning into an impressive mole. Chris, realizing the sudden power he has activated with his blood, looks at the mole in amazement. A powerful creature whose eyes shone brightly is ready to follow him in the fight against Carminius and his subordinates. The faces of Carminius's subordinates express surprise and fear when they see the imposing mole. Chris addresses his ally, the mole, with determination in his voice. "Buddy, I have an important task for you." "Don't panic, it's just some stupid magic. Our powers are much stronger," says the masked character. The mole holding Jesse darted to the side, and Chris, surrounded by enemies, prepared for a fight. The forces of their confrontation are gaining momentum. Chris, surrounded by Carminius's subordinates, enters the fray, an improved knife flashing in his hands and his eyes filled with determination. The hero swung his knife like a whip and struck several enemies at once. Under the influence of the poison, Carminius's subordinates began to slowly lose their wakefulness. Their movements slowed down, and their strength left their bodies. Chris activates his new acceleration ability, and his movements become even more lightning fast. Carminius, wondering why his men are slowing down, begins to realize that it is all the poison and Chris's acceleration. He realizes that he is in a difficult situation. A guy in a green t-shirt, slowed down by poison, finds himself in a difficult position. Chris sees him and prepares to deliver the decisive blow. The hero suddenly creates thick smoke enveloping the area around the guy in the green t-shirt, at which moment he strikes accurately. With a fight, Chris creates thick smoke, blinding Carminius and his subordinates. With acceleration and an unusual knife in his hands, Chris rushes towards Carminius, preparing to deliver a crushing blow to him. Meanwhile, the mole takes Jesse away from the battle. The mole notices Bob. Bob, frightened, asks the mole not to eat him. Bob was about to pretend to be dead, but the mole noticed him. The Bob could not move. The mole pulls out a small bottle of healing potion from his tiny pocket purse. With tenacity and determination, the mole points the bottle of healing potion to Bob's lips and, despite his objections, pours the contents into his mouth. Under the influence of the healing potion, Bob felt the energy fill his body. The wounds healed, and he recovered, standing on his feet with renewed vigor. The mole shows a note to Bob. It was written that Chris needs his help. Upon learning that the hero needs his help, he immediately prepared to go to the aid of his friend. But still, Bob was a little in the way, listening to the sounds around him and assessing the situation. Chris, realizing that he was surrounded, took a fighting posture, ready for a fight. He was ready to resist any forces. The hero, feeling that someone has grabbed his leg, tries to free his leg from the grip, continuing to fight with the surrounding opponents. A strong knee to the opponent's face allows Chris to free himself from the hold. He instantly moves to the side, trying to avoid new attacks, and prepares for the next move. Chris uses his high speed and agility to quickly try to get closer to Carminius, but the hero is prevented from doing so by Carminius's subordinates, who are under hypnosis. The character in the red mask makes a call, "At the cost of your life, protect me, and do not let the hero approach." The effect of hypnosis wears off, and people no longer want to take part in this massacre. In a whirlwind of shadows, Carminius once again imperiously manipulates the power of hypnosis, bringing back those who have chosen to leave the ranks. Chris's inner fire flares up again, meeting Carminius's challenge not only with the power of his mask, but also with his determination to fight. Carminius, previously confident in the power of his hypnotic influence, now feels anxious. Chris, like the last guardian of the light in the darkness, continues his struggle with despair, his knife piercing the air. In the very whirlpool of his struggle, someone's dark hand, like a cold edge, suddenly grabbed Chris's leg. Seeing the hero in action, the character in a red mask decides to run away from the fight. In moments of panic, Carminius, looking back at the whirlwind of battle, recognizes Chris's power as a fiery fire, unquenchable and powerful. In a desperate pursuit of safety, Carminius ran as fast as he could, but in the shadows an unexpected surprise awaited him. Bob is like an actor before the great finale, preparing a sudden blow, his contours shimmering in the darkness. Bob rushes forward with all his unusual mass, striking Carminius with his shield like lightning, which mixes incredible strength and unpredictability. Under the powerful blow of the character, Carminius, like a shadow lord, rushes to the ground, his mask fading. With a mighty punch, Bob notices that he has damaged Carminius's mask. Among the flying fragments of the mask, Bob, feeling a patina of victory, shouted the words, "Carminius, you are a loser and a coward hiding behind a mask of darkness." Not far from the violent battle, a player from another guild was calmly drinking tea. Suddenly, like a ghost rising from a turbulent whirlwind, a player from another guild is hit on the head. With mysterious grace, Patricia waves her hand, unleashing a blow at Thomas for his carefree tea drinking. Patricia, maintaining her grace, asks Thomas if he has done her bidding, her voice penetrating the silence like the sound of a flying arrow. Suddenly, Richard enters the scene, his presence like a prank on a fatalistic drama. Three figures of the Flame Falcons Guild, Patricia, Thomas, and the mysterious Richard, a tall blonde man with a look like a sun among the stars. While chasing the trail of Carminius, the three brave members of the guild suddenly notice something unusual, a pillar of energy rising into the heavens like a beacon of light. With an exciting look, Richard expresses his desire to investigate the mysterious pillar of energy. Bob strikes Carminius like the embodiment of rage. His attacks are like lightning in a dark storm. With uncompromising force, Bob gathers all his energy and, like lightning, directs his knee towards Carminius. In the midst of the storm of battle, Carminius's mask is torn apart. Exposing Bob to his true face, he says, "Please don't kill me." With determination in the middle of the storm, Bob delivers a decisive blow to Carminius's head. With the tear of the mask, which crumbled like dark shadows, Carminius falls to the ground. Standing over the defeated Carminius and seeing the broken mask, Bob feels waves of anxiety within him and thinks that the remaining members of the guild will be hunting him. Suddenly, like the wind of change, the protagonist re-enters the scene. With a confession in his voice, Chris approaches Bob, saying that he is doing well. Bob, with confidence in his eyes, picks up Jesse's weapon, showing it in front of the hero. "I found Jesse's weapon." With a dark omen, Carminius lies on the ground, his face distorted from wounds and mask, and his skull pierced. Strange, unimaginable sounds begin to emanate from Carminius's body, like ghosts. Chris and Bob's eyes turn to the source of the strange sounds, their attention focused on what is happening to Carminius's body. A pillar of energy explodes from Carminius's body, like an internal explosion of his dark powers, illuminating the battlefield. Chris, stunned by the unexpected development of events, gathers his strength and prepares for a new challenge. From the void left by Carminius, a red demon emerges, as if summoned from the darkest corners of the world. The demon's sinister smile signifies the menacing beginning of a new chapter. His smile like a jagged blade cutting through the darkness around him. Chris and Bob stand staring at the red demon that has reappeared in bewilderment. "This power was granted to me by the master of the world," the demon said. The demon, looking for their bewildered looks, says in a threatening tone, "You will see how I will make you pray for death." Chris and Bob, weapons in hand, prepare to defend themselves in the face of a threatening demon. The demon, his eyes sparkling with darkness, begins to prepare a clot of energy in his hand. This dark vortex seems to gather all the sinister power in itself. A cloud of darkness flies from the demon's hand, heading straight towards Chris. The cloud of darkness misses, creating the illusion of a missed threat. But the next moment, an explosion is heard behind Chris. The heroes, stunned and surprised, stand in fear of the scale of destruction created by the explosion. The demon's smile is illuminated by the light of destruction, and his eyes sparkle with the living flame of the impending torture. "I will torture you," he says. Chris stands, his gaze pierced with horror, reflected in the demon's sparkling eyes. Suddenly, as if waking up from a nightmare, Chris resolutely slashes with his knife. A demon with an instant reaction avoids the whipping blow, as if dancing in the flames of his own chaos. The demon, deftly maneuvering in the dance of darkness, counterattacks. The energy ejected from the demon's hand is rapidly approaching Chris. A powerful wave of darkness and chaos, sweeping away everything around it like a black storm. The energy wave released by the demon hits Chris, enveloping him in darkness and absorbing the light around him. The force of the demon's blow leaves Chris severely wounded. Under the influence of mystical energy, his body is permeated with painful shock. In the midst of darkness and chaos, the demon utters the words that say that their end is near. Chris, badly injured and weakened by the flood of dark energy, loses his balance. With the last remnants of his strength, Chris leans on his dagger. The demon's smile blossoms in the darkness like an ominous stone in the path of suffering, his eyes full of abyss, sparkling with anticipation of victory. With determination in his eyes, Chris ordered Bob to run, and Bob fled without hesitation. The demon, with the words, "You are so quickly fleeing," decides to attack Bob. With a firm decision in his eyes, Chris pulls himself together. He quickly bandages his wound using experience and stamina. The demon does not give up in his desire for revenge. Attacks again and again. This time, the hero repels the demon's attacks. Gathering his inner strength and determination, Chris prepares for a breakthrough, his eyes sparkling with the excitement of battle. In desperation, Chris brings his knife to the demon's face. Bob is far from the scene of the battle, continues to hear the sounds of the collision, his heart beating in unison with what is happening. Bob, who is running forward, suddenly encounters a mysterious figure. The character meets Patricia on a wolf and freezes for a moment. The menacing gaze of the wolf and the mysterious features of Patricia's face create an image filled with mystery and power. Thomas was in wolf form. They were hurrying to the side of Chris and the demon. Surprise fades on Bob's face when he realizes that the wolf in front of him has the ability to speak. The demon seizes the moment and instantly grabs Chris by the throat, the demon's hard claws digging into his flesh, leaving Chris powerless against his power. The demon, holding Chris in his strong, grasping claws, notes with respect that your attack was strong. The demon's sinister smile blossoms. His face, distorted by revenge and evil, sparkles in the flickering light. The demon, having gained the upper hand in this fight, decides to direct his attack on the hero's brain. At the most decisive moment, when the demon is about to invade the very depths of Chris's consciousness, someone unexpected intervenes. Chris, freed from the demon's sinister intrusion into his mind, clears his throat, feeling like he's coming to his senses again. Suddenly, like a figure emerging from a fog, Richard appears. Chris, catching his breath after fighting the demon, turns to Richard and with amazement in his eyes asks, "Richard, why are you here?" The red demon, annoyed by the appearance of a new ally, stomps his foot, creating a menacing roar and shaking of the air around. The demon's smile blossoms when he recognizes Richard, the demon's eyes sparkling not only with anger, but also with satisfaction, as if he has discovered a long-awaited enemy. Chris takes a deep breath and briefly tells Richard about the demon's abilities. Patricia and Thomas, in wolf form, also come to the rescue. The moment the demon's darkness grows stronger, Richard easily draws his divine sword, a sword that gleams with bright light and radiates the power of divine magic. With Richard holding the divine sword, the inner light of his essence begins to sparkle brightly. At this moment, he awakens his inner ability. The magic of light, a bright light envelops him like a flaming shield summoned from the depths of his soul. The demon's anger at seeing the awakening of light magic flares up like a firestorm in his dark eyes. Thomas and Patricia, seeing the splendor of light magic manifested in Richard's skills, do not hide their delight. Chris, who is standing next to him, also feels surprised and respected, looking at the brilliance of light that radiates from Richard's sword. Behind Richard, the silhouette of the powerful god Odin appeared. At the moment when the tension reached its peak, the demon, excited by the appearance of new powers, rushed to attack. Chris, reacting instantly, raised his hand to shield himself from the demon's oncoming blow. The demon, having bared his true form, changes his appearance, taking on an even more threatening and powerful form. Richard, realizing the importance of joining forces, turns to Patricia with a request to cure Chris. With certainty and determination, Richard raises his sword, his eyes sparkling. Richard, acting with speed and skill, points his divine sword towards the demon. Confident in his strength and determined to win, Richard, whose sword has been temporarily blocked, raises his hand, ready to deliver a powerful blow to the demon. With a powerful burst of light and energy, Richard strikes the demon with his fist. Patricia, despite the intensity of the battle around her, focuses on her healing art, healing Chris from his wounds. Her healing abilities become divine light, enveloping Chris's wounds and restoring his strength. The allies, seeing Richard struggle and feeling the magic of Patricia's healing around them, begin to believe in their strength. Chris's inner voice warns him against excessive optimism. The hero's eyes flash a moment of realization when he realizes that this battle is just part of a more global and complex story. The demon is lying on the ground after Richard's powerful punch, smiling, his face expressed cunning and schadenfreude. Suddenly, the demon took advantage of Richard's distraction and threw its tail in the direction of the hero, the tail falling like a grim whip with enough force to knock Richard back. The demon, rising, tilts his dark figure, preparing for a powerful kick. With a powerful swing of his leg, the demon delivers a devastating blow, knocking Richard back with force, the ground trembling under the blow, and a whirlwind of magical energy envelops the hero. In flight, Richard, shrouded in traces of darkness, activates his endurance ability. The demon, seeing that Richard is ready for a new challenge, decides to use his strongest attack yet. The dark energies around him begin to gather. With a sinister smile and the power of darkness at his disposal, the demon directs his attack against Richard. With skill and a high degree of concentration, Richard blocks every attack of the demon. His sword, once in the path of the flow of darkness, shines with a bright light that resists the darkness. Richard, maintaining brilliant agility and skill, continues to repel the demon's attacks with his sword, his movements becoming like a dance, masterfully dodging and parrying the streams of darkness. Suddenly, Thomas summons the magic of his armadillo appearance and transforms into a massive armored creature. With this appearance, he stands in front of Patricia, providing her with powerful cover. Despite being blocked by Richard and protected by Thomas, the demon continues to attack with increased fury. Suddenly, Chris, tactfully approaching from the demon's back, makes an attack. His knife flashes, piercing the darkness, and delivers a pinpoint blow to the demon's weak spot. Chris's sword pierced the darkness and struck the demon with a bright light, sparks twinkling like stars around the blade. From Chris's painful blow, piercing the darkness and inflicted with the power of light, the demon let out a mighty scream of pain. Chris, with his inner strength, pressed on the knife, giving even more effort. Richard understands that the moment has come for a decisive blow, with readiness, light, and determination flashing in his eyes. Gathering all his inner strength and the blessing of light, Richard strikes with his sword. The demon screams in pain and loss of his strength. With his last efforts, the demon creates a whirlwind of darkness, throwing the heroes in different directions. Chris and Richard's gazes cross paths, and in this silent exchange, confidence and determination are passed between them. The demon summons a huge ball of energy from the darkness, ready to strike back at the heroes. A mighty ball of darkness emerges from the darkness, floating in the air like an untouchable symbol of demonic power. Summoned by the demon, the orb begins to emit streams of dark energy, directing them towards the heroes. Energy shots like darkness rush through the air, leaving behind flickering traces and sparks of darkness. With grace and agility, the heroes dodge dark energy shots, swiftly and gracefully. From the vortex of darkness, the demon, making a desperate attempt, directs his dark hands towards Chris. The chilling, cold energy of darkness tries to grab him, creating shadow hoops that quickly try to envelop the hero. The sound of the demon's ominous laughter reverberates across the battlefield, reminiscent of the dark echo of his desperate attempts. With darkness in his hands and sparkling eyes, the demon directs his deadly blow towards Chris. The demon's blow comes with devastating force. Chris loses his balance. However, despite the dark blow, the hero retains his inner strength and determination, preparing to continue the fight. The force of the demon's blow throws the main character aside, like a powerless doll in the darkness. With the demon's blow, the energy that held Patricia's upgrade dissipated like a shadow mist. The demon's irritation flickers in his distorted features. Despite his attempts to absorb the light of the heroes, his dark energy has not fully quenched the anger that smolders within. Richard, rising from his knees, walks up to Chris, who is still recovering from a strong blow from the demon. Chris says, "Richard, you are ready to fight more." The hero rises from the ground, feels pain and fatigue, but determination burns in his eyes. With confidence, he answers Richard, "Yes, I am ready." Patricia focuses her power on healing Thomas. her hands radiating healing energy, healing the wounds of an ally. Richard, embodying the power of Odin, gathers the demon's attention. The hero's eyes sparkle with divine light, preparing for a powerful blow that will awaken ancient powers in himself. Chris, sensing Richard's determination, raises his hand, slowing his movement. Richard, don't. Sparkling with his eyes, Chris, letting go of Richard's hand, suggests, let's try something different. The demon, sensing the impending change, looks warily at the heroes, his dark eyes sparkling with suspicion. With a fierce look and determination in his heart, Chris dashes straight at the demon. With a predatory grin, the demon says, "Catch the gift, hero!" Suddenly, a bright, pulsating energy emerges from the darkness. Chris, determined to accept the demon's challenge, comes face to face with a brightly pulsating ball of energy. The force of the collision between Chris and the ball of dark energy reaches its limit, and suddenly an explosion spreads across the entire battlefield. A bright light pierces through the darkness, and the sounds of a clash of forces create a deafening rumble. Richard, sensing the slowing of the enemy attack and seeing the whirlwind of light and darkness, instantly realizes that this may be a chance for the final victory over the demon. The demon begins to emit a terrible, distorted laugh, filling the air with a dark, mocking sound. Chris, who survived the explosion and is still standing on the battlefield, asks the demon with surprise and determination why you are laughing. The hero, with confidence in his voice, continues, "Why are you laughing so much, if your strength was not as impeccable as you thought?" Rage grips the demon, its dark features twisted with rage. Hatred flickers in its eyes, and the darkness around it begins to waver, highlighting its sinister nature. Chris stands still with unwavering determination, staring at the demon, ready to attack again. In furious readiness for another attack, the demon raises his mighty arms. The dark energies around him begin to waver again, as if summoning the darkness for another terrible blow. The demon, releasing a vortex of darkness, unexpectedly rushes at the protagonist with a merciless attack. The forces of darkness descend on the hero, creating a sinister vortex that seeks to absorb the light of his soul. Chris realizes that the demon's attack, which seems so powerful, does not harm him. Aware that stubborn resistance may not be possible, Chris realizes that his power is not infinite. The demon creates a powerful ball of energy in his hands above himself. The demon, with a merciless grin, shoots a ball of energy towards Chris. A powerful ball of dark energy rushes, creating a huge explosion. The red demon, confident in his victory, awaits the results of his devastating attack. The demon is surprised that Chris is alive again, as is Richard. Chris stood with an unwavering and cold gaze. With energy and determination, the hero prepares to retaliate. The main character's gaze remains cold and insistent as he directs his power against the demon. Richard, watching Chris, expressed surprise and admiration when he saw the hero rush into the attack with dignity. The demon felt an unusual flow of energy, his eyes surprised when he realized that Chris was going to use his own power against him. Chris, contrary to expectations, uses his natural dark powers. The light of his knife flickers and unleashes a huge amount of power. With the power of the demon under control, Chris, with an unwavering decision in his eyes, makes the decision to end this struggle. Meanwhile, Richard, discovering a vulnerability in the demon's defenses, decides to seize the moment. With the glitter of a divine sword, he approaches from the other side. The demon, sensing Richard's approach, instantly turns to him, sparks of darkness sparkling in his eyes, and his face twists with malice. The demon and Richard came face to face again, two giants ready to challenge each other. Chris, watching the clash between Richard and the demon, expressed surprise at the power that played out before his eyes. With determination, Richard delivers his signature blow, sparkling with the light of a divine sword. The demon, in despair and rage, with the dexterity of twisted limbs, holds Richard's sword with his hands. The sacred power of the explosion occurs around Richard, turning him into a bright flame of light. In the blink of an eye, when Richard is enveloped in light, Chris takes this moment as his own. With a powerful charged knife, he directs his energy towards the demon, delivering a powerful blow. Resisting Chris's powerful blow and divine light, the demon bursts into fierce flames, his eyes sparkling with anger and despair. Under a powerful allied blow from Chris and Richard, the demon collapses, the blazing light of the divine sword and the dark energy of Chris's knife crashing down on it, creating a vortex of destruction. Under the pressure of light and darkness, the demon slowly dissolves, as if he is leaving this world. In the midst of the whirlwind of turmoil, Chris, looking around, does not see Richard and begins to worry. Among the debris and glowing sparks, Richard slowly emerges, his appearance shrouded in the light of victory. Richard, shaking off the dust and debris, returns his appearance to dignity. Chris decides to learn more about the world that Richard has created. He begins to question him about exactly how Richard designed and created this exciting game. Richard, smiling, began to briefly tell Chris about how he created this world in the game. But the demon was not completely defeated. Only one eye remained of it. It sparkles with a dark light. Suddenly, someone's foot steps on the demon's eye, and he dies completely. Bob rushes to his friend, steps on his eye, and Bob is credited with killing the demon. Chris, Richard, and Bob's character levels began to skyrocket in response to their complete defeat of the demon. Bob, worried and surprised, looked at his comrades and said, "Hey guy, what the hell is going on here? My level has gone up in a strange way." Bob was a little embarrassed and unsure, admitted, "Guys, honestly, this all scares me. We just went through a battle with a demon." Meanwhile, Jesse, riding a mole, Sarah and Michael are running away from their pursuers. Some strange players are chasing after the characters, trying to catch a mole. They shout something after the characters, trying to catch up with them. Jessie is gripped by a whirlwind of terror as she encounters these players. Richard and Chris suddenly feel the force of movement stop in the air as muffled, mysterious sounds begin to overtake their ears. In this enchanting chase, one of the mysterious pursuers catches up with the mole, as if his creature holds the key to unknown forces. An unknown player, as if the highest of the shadows, accurately directs the blow in the direction of the faithful mole. Amidst the magic and chaos, Chris and Richard stand there bewildered, their eyes reflecting a mixture of surprise and concern. The look of a curly-haired stranger, full of sincere regret, apologizing, he appears in front of Chris and Richard. It was a man from Richard's guild, then a mole, turned into a little mole and returned to Chris. Immediately, Michael and Sarah approach the main character. They ask how the hero feels. Jessie, breathing heavily, runs up to the hero, her eyes full of concern. Richard's people tell mysterious events that seem to reveal the pages of ancient books. With excitement in his eyes, Richard looks at Chris and invites him to join their guild. At this point, refusal sounds not only like a rejection of an invitation, but also like an internal challenge. Chris thinks that his path is closely connected with his own secrets. The curly-haired stranger, like the embodiment of mysterious protection, picks Thomas up in his arms, his eyes reflecting determination and care. In a fiery commotion, Jesse, with a sparkling look, tells Chris that he is wrong. Chris pondered, his gaze wandering away as if penetrating into the very depths of his thoughts. Rafaela, like a star in the murky, gives vent to her emotions, shouting to someone that Chris are off. A mysterious hand emerges from the shadows, poking at the game's navigation, addressing Rafaela affectionately and soothingly. On the beach of magic and mysteries, the mysterious atmosphere becomes even more attractive. Apparently, this is the owner of Rafaela. A girl with red hair lies under an umbrella. Her smile seems to conjure that the heroes will drink out of despair. Richard is like a hero, saying goodbye to Chris, his gaze full of mixed emotions. Bob suddenly felt something change in his condition. A wave of unpleasant sensation enveloped him. Chris and Jesse decide to take a walk, their footsteps becoming notes in the melody of adventure. The protagonist told Jesse about his desire to head to the dark forest. His words sound determined and eager to explore. Jesse is dismayed by this proposal. Chris approaches Jesse, asking her a question. "Do you remember when we first met?" The hero, as if opening his soul in the whisper of nature, confesses his feelings to Jesse. Jesse recalls the moments when Chris was bullied. Each of their glances became a bridge between their ideas, and each word became a building brick in the castle of their work. Chris recalls with a smile how much he loved working with Jesse. Her creative impulse was like a magic pen revealing powerlessness. In Chris's flashback, Jesse was a bit larger, and this made her angry, and she wants to punch the hero. But she stops abruptly, realizing that her power is greater, and she doesn't want to hurt the hero. Jesse, a little confused, lowers her hand, a sudden insight falling into her consciousness. The hero's eyes reflect a slight sense of anxiety. He is a little frightened by Jesse's strength. Chris suddenly thanks Jesse with his eyes. His words, like rays of light in the darkness, sound like sincere gratitude for friendship. Sarah listens to this unexpected turn of events and is surprised, looking at Chris from a new perspective. His mercy and sincerity in the moment of gratitude to Jesse were unexpected for her. The protagonist asks in surprise why Sarah is following them. The hero, sensing something suspicious in Sarah's behavior, decides to drive her away. Jesse, looking into Chris's eyes, decides to change the course of events. Her words break the tension, and she invites Chris to go with them. At the moment of reflection, the hero, like a traveler who decided to move away from the usual paths after a little thought, agrees. A group of characters slowly approach the teleporter, its sparkling aura like a star in the heavens, opening the door to other worlds and adventures. The dark forest seems dense and impassable, as if an abyss of mysterious branches and deep shadows is trying to swallow them. In the midst of a whirlwind of sounds and whispers of trees, a wooden centaur suddenly emerges from the dark depths of the forest, as if it came from a nightmare, and attacks the hero. With a keen instinct for survival, Chris nimbly dodges a powerful blow from the wooden centaur's branchy hand. As the wooden centaur approaches, the hero feels the breath of threat. But this was the plan of the main character. He strikes a precise and decisive blow, and suddenly the sound of cracking breaking wood is heard. The centaur, as if struck by a magic spell, begins to disintegrate into the smallest particles. With a smile of satisfaction on his face, Chris looks around, his decisive and accurate strike turning the threat into an instant victory. Jesse and Sarah exclaim, pointing to the sky, their cries of delight filling the air. Suddenly, as if part of this magical world, bird-shaped trees are rapidly approaching Chris, their branches rustling in the air. Birds, although they carry mysterious magic, now begin to look threatening. With a smile that reflects respect in front of this magical manifestation of nature, Chris watches the approaching birds. Strange plants, as if awakened from a long sleep, begin to devour birds, their monstrous mouths open like the mouth of a hungry animal. With each moment, strange plants that devour birds begin to increase in size. Graceful stems turn into giant vines. These flowers were on the hero's side. Suddenly, a horde of centaurs appeared. Centaur trees decide to direct their attack on Jesse and Sarah. The branched arms of natural creatures strive for the heroines. With fearlessness worthy of true heroes, Jesse and Sarah confidently meet the attack of centaur trees, switching to defense. With a solemn look, Jesse resolutely draws his weapon, radiating strength and determination. The girl, sensing the growing danger, instantly tells Sarah to immediately hide under her protective cloak. With a scythe, Jesse rushes into battle, facing an attack by centaur trees. Sarah, under her protective cloak, looks at Jesse with admiration. Sarah's eyes full of respect for her friend's courage and skills in this mystical battle. In a rare moment of recess in this lively battle, Chris turns around and asks Jesse and Sarah if they're coping or not. Jesse stands unharmed, her eyes sparkling with determination and confidence, and when asked by Chris, she replies that she can. Bird trees flew to the heroes, creating a whirlwind of feathers and branches. Centaurs begin to slowly recover. Their bodies, as if taking on the energy of the dark forest, begin to regain shape and strength. With a quick reflex and agility, Chris dodges the swing, his movements like a dance in the midst of danger. Suddenly, a wooden wedge comes out of the ground, heading towards the flower. This something pierces and destroys the flower. With growing determination in his eyes, the protagonist is ready for a new phase of the battle. A huge living tree suddenly appears in front of the heroes. Its branches soar into the sky, and the trunk is like a guardian of this magical forest. The eyes of the tree shine with wisdom and mystery. With determination, the heroes prepare for battle with the living tree, his weapons ready to become an extension of his will. With a mighty creak like the voice of nature, a living tree begins to attack the heroes. Its branches, like huge limbs, rushed in their direction. Realizing that their powers may be overwhelmed by the power of a living tree, the heroes decide to retreat. The strong tramp of the tree resounds like a thunderclap as it resolutely places its huge root on the ground. In the blink of their eyes, Jesse and Sarah, faced with the power of a living tree, feel the excitement of fear that lurks in their eyes. With determination in his heart, Chris decides to attack a living tree. With his weapon raised in his hands, he heads towards a powerful opponent. With incredible force, Chris is about to punch the mighty living tree. With a powerful wave of his hand, Chris strikes the trunk of a living tree with his fist. The sound of contact fills the air, and the magic of battle blossoms around. Due to the force of Chris's impact, a small dent appears on the tree trunk, a subtle change on the mighty tree trunk. The hero's observations emphasize the power and resilience of this living guardian of the forest. Suddenly, birds attack the heroes from behind the trees, creating an ominous whirlwind of feathers and screams. A new threat appears from behind. Under the pressure of an unexpected attack by birds, Jesse and Sarah are forced to scream, expressing their fear and alarm. Chris reacts instantly. He causes black smoke that blinds the birds. Another flower in the forest opens its petals, starting to devour birds. With a fire of determination in his eyes, the hero decides that continuing to attack a living tree is the best way to defeat it. With determination in every move, Chris begins a series of attacks on a living tree, a series of quick and strong blows, creating the sounds of steel colliding with wood. A living tree decides to answer the challenge. Its huge arms begin to move in a powerful jerk. With the agility and reflexes of a confident fighter, Chris dodges a powerful attempt by a tree to throw him down. The living tree expresses its amazement when it realizes that it could not throw off the hero. From Chris's blows, the living tree finally begins to sway and tilt like a falling titan. The sounds of cracking and creaking fill the air. With pride and satisfaction, the protagonist realizes that he has found a weakness in the power of nature. While Chris's attention is focused on fighting a living tree, the centaurs, sensing the moment, attack Jesse and Sarah. The hero resolutely directs his blows against the trunk of a falling living tree. His movements are precise and energetic, like a dance performed by an experienced fighter. Sarah suddenly suggests starting a fire to scare the opponents. Jesse expresses her concerns about Sarah's idea. She warns that the fire could further anger the forest. The heroine decides to cover for Chris, directing her attention and combat energy to the centaurs attacking them from the rear. The flower, sparkling with its magic, continues its protective magic in support of the heroes. With a confident swing of his scythe, Jesse begins to cut down the centaurs. Sarah decides to try to distract the birds from her comrades. With her eyes fixed on her target, Jesse expresses a serious decision in this battle, determination flickering in her eyes. With a knife in his hands and a single-minded gaze, Chris continues to strike at the living tree. With each blow, with each passing moment of struggle, the anger inside the main character grows. Chris breaks through the living tree's defenses, his blows tearing down the last magical barriers of the tree. The core of a living tree opens in front of Chris. In this magical light emanating from the center of the tree, peaceful waves of magic fill the air. The tree begins to shake with rage. The energy previously hidden inside the tree is now released. Chris is about to rip out the core from inside the tree. He heads to the center of the tree, ready to rip out the source of the magic. With a powerful tug, Chris rips out the core from inside the tree. The energy that the core was supporting is now gone, leaving the tree without its internal source of life. With a great crack and crash, the tree, deprived of its vital energy, falls to the ground. With instant destruction, all other magical creatures that previously fought against the heroes, birds, and centaurs disappear. Jessie stands staring at the scene with an expression of deep surprise on her face, her eyes wide open. Chris stands holding a torn tree core in his hands. His eyes are a mixture of feelings, anger, determination, and perhaps surprise. The tension of excited moments remains readable on the face of the main character. Thanks to this core, we can change classes, adopt new skills and abilities. With a smile on her face, Jessie replies that she is sure that each of them will find something special in this magical core. Chris, holding a magic core in his hands, falls into thought. His gaze becomes thoughtful, as if he is plunging into the depths of his thoughts. The hero begins to use a magic core. A glow of light surrounds his hand, and magic begins to vibrate around him. Ethereal vortices slowly begin to form around the girl. Gradually, these vortices turn into a thin but strong wooden shell, enveloping Jessie like invisible armor. The effect is visually surprising, as if it has become part of nature itself. Now it is completely shrouded in this wooden shell. These changes take time to fully embrace the new powers, Chris thought. Over time, Chris senses what he wants to eat. Sarah wastes no time in quickly picking up seeds from the ground around her. The hero approaches Sarah with a smile on his face. However, when he approaches, Sarah is a little frightened. Her gaze looks around. Sarah, with her anxiety expressed in a nervous look, fears that Chris might misinterpret her actions. Sarah, determined to deal with her worries, hands the seeds and the cloak to Chris with a smile. Then, without delay, she runs on to continue collecting natural treasures. Chris looks at Sarah, surprise reflected in his eyes. The hero understands that something special is happening here. The hero, inspired by magic and changes, decides to collect the items that fell from the tree. The protagonist discovers a large, trembling seed. It seems to be filled with magic, different from the rest of the seeds. Sarah pays attention to the crystals shimmering among the foliage, her eyes sparkling with interest as she picks up these shiny stones. Sarah is still collecting crystals, paying attention to the hero. Chris puts the necklace around his neck and feels the magic intertwined with his own energy. The hero begins to be absorbed. The wooden patterns on the shell vibrate slightly, as if responding to his inner energy. Chris begins to feel a sense of misunderstanding and surprise. When the hero feels that everything around him disappears, a wave of panic overwhelms him. Everything around him becomes uncertain, sound and color disappear. He screams. The mighty figure of the primordial spirit of the forest begins to loom in front of Chris. Her essence is filled with ancient wisdom, and her eyes sparkle with green light, radiating the power of nature. Looking at the majestic figure of the primordial spirit of the forest, the hero feels a mixture of anxiety and surprise. The goddess of the forest, radiating light and wisdom, says, "Do not be afraid. I have come in peace. We have a common enemy." The goddess of the forest begins to tell the story of the centuries-old existence of this magical place. Her story is filled with the sounds of the forest, the whisper of leaves and the rustle of the wind. The eyes of the goddess sparkle with appeal, and her wise words penetrate into the very depths of Chris's heart. He feels that the mission entrusted to her will become his own. The hero listens attentively to the words of the goddess of the forest, immerses himself in her story. Her wisdom and light fill his mind. Agreeing to the challenge, the hero nods in agreement and readiness to join this battle. Chris feels the determination and wisdom of the goddess of the forest intertwined with his own strength. The goddess has blessed the hero. From the moment the protagonist enters into an alliance with the goddess, a green aura begins to bloom around him. This light glow symbolizes the fusion of his power with nature and the divine energy of the goddess. Chris, surrounded by a green aura, freezes for a moment. He closes his eyes, focuses, and begins to comprehend this new power that now flows within him. On the hero's hands, magical marks in the form of flowers begin to bloom. These floral patterns sparkle with green light. When Chris touched the ground with his hands, he suddenly felt the air as the warmth of nature penetrated him. The ground beneath his skin begins to heat up, as if in response to his touch. The small flowers and herbs growing around him seem to rise, singing the praises of the new guardian of the forest. Surprise pierces Chris when he realizes that now he can not only feel nature, but also interact with it. By focusing his inner energy, the hero discovered an amazing ability to change the shape of plants around him. Goddess of the forest, her eyes sparkle with the light of respect and blessing as she addresses Chris. The expenditure of spiritual power necessary for magical changes in the forms of plants turns out to be large. When Chris interacts with nature, it requires a lot of inner strength, and the main character gets tired quickly. The goddess raises her hand as if touching the wind, and her voice sounds like leaves whispering in the wind. The hero closes his eyes. When the hero opens his eyes, Jesse Sarah is again in front of him. He realizes that only a moment has passed, but in this moment he experienced a whole epic. Chris tries to recover, feeling still a little dizzy after meeting the goddess. Jesse asked, raising her eyebrows in surprise, curiosity, and slight judgment in her eyes, just as she notices the change in Chris. Chris tells them about his meeting with the goddess of the forest, about new opportunities and the mission to protect the forest from dark forces. The protagonist quickly changes the subject and asks Jesse to show her new power. Jesse, with determination in her eyes, nods and prepares to demonstrate her new abilities. Jesse demonstrates how her power expands, and the new gift she gains is the ability to use lifesteal. With respect to Jesse, the hero appreciates her new skills. The power of nature and Jesse's skills will come in handy in incorporating them. Chris smiles admiringly because Jesse's vampirism can spread to the entire group. Sarah brings a bag of crystals with a smile on her face. Chris and Jesse examine the crystals, seeing in them the potential to build their power. A girl with something anxious in her eyes approaches Chris. The heroine is on her knees in front of Chris, asks for a tree core. Sarah's gaze is filled with pleading. The character is emotional, releases his scream from the strength of the soul, which pierces the space around. Sarah clenches her fist with such force that it seems as if she is holding not only her rage in her hands, but the whole world around her. Chris carefully looks into Sarah's eyes, thinking about whether to give her a rare item or not. Meanwhile, in the streets of the city, the battle continues. Small, sinister fairies, like ominous stars, gather around the heroes. William is at the very epicenter, piercing the sky with his scream, announcing that they have become stronger. Small creatures are aimed at Bob like arrows from a bow. They accurately try to envelop him. Bob raises his eyebrows like a sword ready for battle, aiming at his opponents. The guy, clenching his fists, releases a mighty battle cry, his voice like the peals of a thunderstorm. The little fairies, like drops of ominous mist, continue their dance around Bob. Bob, like an unshakable shield in the center of the storm, deploys his defense. The character's shield, like a magic wall, flashes instant light sparks at each contact. William, his eyes burning, raises his sword. Bob begins the process of self-healing. A new skill of the hero breathes new life into his body. Suddenly, sinister boars appear from the dark corners like shadows, their eyes sparkling in the darkness, and their fangs looking sharper than ever. Bob, despite the sudden appearance of evil boars, rises above fear like an unshakable mountain. His gaze sparkles insistently. The character, observing the environment, decides to escape. His steps are fast and confident, like the shadow of the elusive moonlight. Suddenly, like lightning among the clouds, someone kills all the monsters, clearly demonstrating strength. It was Chris emerging from the shadows, ready to face the challenge of evil, his eyes filled with confidence. Chris, looking at the rest of the allies, asks with sincere interest, "What is going on here?" His voice sounds like an invigorating wind after a storm. Bob raises his eyebrows and says it was just a warm-up. Jesse and Sarah, with amazement in their eyes, exchange looks, feeling excitement and surprise at the unexpected turn of events. Sarah is excited and joyful after an unforeseen rescue, with the smile of a greeted William. The girl began to insult the hero. Chris's smile, as if glowing in the middle of the night, colored his face. He realized that William was Sarah's friend. Chris shows the core to Sarah, saying that he still has it and he can change his mind. Suddenly, the attention of the heroes was attracted by a mysterious silhouette running towards them. Little Jack runs with a water sphere in his hands. The water in the sphere shimmers easily, creating playful reflections of light. Jack suddenly stumbles upon an invisible stone. The water sphere, having escaped from Jack's hands, is rapidly heading towards the heroes. Chris and Jesse, noticing the flying water sphere, dodged with dexterity like dancers. Fate plays its trick, and all the water from the sphere is forcefully directed straight towards Bob. Bob is all wet and with water droplets on his face, left in bewilderment as he watches the water disaster that has befallen him. William, not missing the chance, easily tugs at Jack's cheek like an older brother. Jack, sensing William, makes excuses. He promises that next time will be better. Sarah, watching the scene with William and Jack, is in complete shock, her eyes wide open and her mouth open in surprise. Jack, with a slight resentment and indignation, turns to Sarah and asks where she disappeared. The boy carefully points his finger in the direction of the puppy. Everyone looks in surprise in the direction where Jack pointed. The puppy was running, but instead of hind legs, he had a stroller. But this did not prevent him from approaching quickly. Sarah is delighted to see her special puppy running towards her in a stroller. She opens her arms, ready to meet her friend. Jesse and Chris express their surprise on their faces, their eyes wide open and their eyebrows raised in surprise. William says that the puppy went through a difficult fight, but he is strong, and even in a stroller, he is not inferior to anyone in terms of fighting spirit. Sarah and her puppy continued to rejoice together. Sarah gently hugged her little friend. The puppy is full of delight and joy, barking, filling the evening air with his cheerful barking. Sarah, with a warm smile, accepts the cannonball from Chris. Concentrating his magical power, she gently touches the puppy. Under the influence of magic, the puppy slowly begins to grow wooden legs. Sarah, with a smile full of love and care, carefully sets the puppy on the ground. The puppy is full of energy, begins to run in circles around the characters, like a cheerful whirlwind. Sarah, sincerely happy with the puppy's recovery and its boundless joy, lifts him in her arms with tenderness and affection. The protagonist reminds Sarah that she is now his debtor and must pay. Bob, who was standing aside, suddenly sneezed, drawing everyone's attention to him. Chris is smiling, contemplating the suggestion to stay in the group for a while. Chris and Jesse, looking at each other with smiles, agree to stay. They join the group. The hero, walking through the building with the heroes, is suddenly surprised to notice the presence of electricity. William opens the door, and the heroes see something completely unexpected. Shower stalls. Jesse and Sarah determine to enjoy the shower atmosphere, while Bob approaches Jack, preparing for a leisurely and friendly conversation. The main character, determined to preserve his magical appearance, resolutely refuses to join their shower scene. Chris, standing to the side, suddenly felt something unusual. He opens his eyes wide as if catching a subtle wave of magic that passed by. A shadow appears in front of the hero, as if out of thin air, taking the form of a girl, her appearance radiating a mysterious, luminous energy. The main character, feeling inner determination, focuses by raising his hands in a defensive posture. The ghost, realizing that her appearance may cause anxiety, takes a step back and begins to slowly disappear into thin air. Sighing heavily, Chris, left alone, lets out an unintelligible explosion of curses in the wake of the ghost. Chris, turning to William, expresses his bewilderment. William, with a slight surprise on his face, says that he has never seen ghosts here before. As William and Chris engage in conversation, the ghost sneaks up on William. The ghost, imperceptibly rising above William, like a floating balloon, stands and looks attentively at the character. Chris's words catch William's attention, and he quickly turns to meet the ghost's gaze, her glowing eyes meeting his. William, stunned by his encounter with the ghost, suddenly faints. The ghost of the girl, with an upset expression, utters words full of sadness and loneliness. Chris, feeling compassion for the ghost of the girl, decides to do something decisive. The ghost of the girl, like a sad shadow, slowly begins to disappear. The hero exclaims defiantly, and the ghost of the girl turns around. Chris, realizing that sadness and loneliness can be resolved with love, decides to change tactics. He approaches the ghost with a smile and a gentle look. The main character, while maintaining a gentle tone, speaks words filled with sincerity and tenderness, offering the ghost a long-awaited feeling of attention and love. The ghost, embarrassed by the unexpected attention, smoothly looks up, her glowing eyes expressing mixed feelings of surprise and misunderstanding. The hero's words sound like an invitation to an open and sincere conversation about feelings and intentions. The main character sincerely expresses his willingness to compromise and the desire to create a special connection in this magical moment. The ghost's glowing eyes are filled with joy and tears. Her appearance radiates the light of happiness, and she seems filled with new hope. The ghost of the girl, filled with joy and inspiration, takes Chris by the hand and leads him along. Suddenly, a teleporter appears in front of them. Glowing vortices around them create a feeling of weightlessness, and they leave. In another corner, Jesse, unaware of what is happening, enjoys a pleasant and refreshing shower. While Jessie was enjoying the shower, she suddenly felt like something was happening outside the bathroom, water running down her body, but some indistinct sounds sounded in her ears. Chris and the girl's ghost flew through space, their bodies enveloped in flickering whirlwinds of light. After being teleported, Chris and the girl's ghost found themselves in a mysterious room. The hero, looking around, felt a child's curiosity awaken inside him. The ghost of the girl, addressing Chris, spoke in a quiet and soft voice. She asked to wait for her here. The hero looked around and realized that he was in a mysterious warehouse surrounded by a variety of objects and boxes. Chris examined the objects around him, trying to understand their purpose and conventionality. The main character, walking between the shelves with mysterious objects, noticed an unexpected section with books dedicated to seductions. The character carefully chose one of the seduction books with an intriguing title and began to read it. Suddenly, the ghost of the girl appeared behind Chris, holding a huge pair of scissors in his hands. The hero saw the ghost with the scissors, experienced sudden horror and shock. His heart beat faster, his gaze filled with uncertainty. But the ghost says that he wants to cut the hero's hair, and he has nothing to fear. Chris felt his heart skip a beat with surprise. The ghost of the girl, despite the bewilderment of the hero, begins to cut his hair with scissors. With each movement of the scissors, he felt how the hair was cut off. Chris felt like a lamb before slaughter, hair falling around him. The process of cutting seemed to be part of some mystical ritual. The ghost of the girl, having completed her magical haircut, invites Chris to take a look at the result, her glowing eyes radiating joy. When Chris looked at his reflective appearance, he couldn't hide his surprise. The hairstyle, created by the ghost of the girl, has become a real masterpiece of magic and creativity. The ghost girl, looking at her work with admiration, explained to Chris that all this magic happened thanks to the book. The ghost, with a smile, offers him to choose clothes from a special wardrobe. Inspired by magic and creativity, Chris is ready to take a new step in his magical transformation. While the hero was changing clothes, the ghost of the girl was enthusiastically peeping, enjoying the transformation of the main character. When Chris completed his choice and walked out of the wardrobe in a new outfit, he looked absolutely amazing. Under the influence of magic and excitement from Chris's transformation, the ghost girl begins to say unrelated words. The hero, inspired by all this magic, decided to give the ghost a kiss. The girl's heart, stunned by Chris's magical kiss, began to beat so fast that it seemed to jump out of her chest. Seeing how this girl's heart was in the air with delight, Chris was happy, feeling part of an amazing magical story. The heart of the ghost girl was throbbing with excitement. She was afraid that she would not be able to stand it, and asked the hero to leave her. The hero opens the mini-map and finds that there are enemy marks scattered everywhere. Chris felt confused. Everything around him looked so calm and magical, and now suddenly a threat was announced. The green demon's eyes sparkled in the shadows, emitting a dark shadow. Suddenly, powerful demons burst out from the dark depths of the dungeon, filling the magical world with a sinister power. A demon with a sinister sword came out of the dark portal, heading straight for Jesse. Suddenly, Jesse unleashes a deadly swing aimed directly at a small demon that is trying to sneak into her. Jesse and Sarah exchange glances with a note of bewilderment in their eyes. Standing in the shower, they couldn't understand where these dark creatures had suddenly come from. Jesse, alert, looked at the situation carefully, a glow of determination flickering in her eyes. Sarah gives Jesse's clothes. She nods gratefully and accepts the offer to change her clothes. Outside, there are screams that reverberate through the air, breaking the silence, and Jesse and Sarah instantly notice the sounds. Bob had already engaged in a fight with one of the demons. Big Bob was standing against the sinister demon, fighting it. Jack tries to revive William after he loses consciousness. He screams loudly in his ear. Bob, fighting the demon, finds himself in a strong fight, and the demon, using his power, begins to put pressure on Bob, trying to weaken his resistance. Bob's strength and determination ultimately succeed in the fight against the demon. Bob raised his eyebrows and looked around, trying to solve the mystery of this sudden intrusion. William, regaining consciousness, looks around with some bewilderment. He explains why he was unconscious. Bob shifts his gaze from William and then again focuses on him and still does not believe what is happening around him. Jesse and Sarah leave the shower room, their faces showing alarm. Bob sees Jesse and Sarah looking at them with a smile. He makes a confident gesture with his hand, calling for unity. Jesse looks around and asks where everyone else is. The girl realizes that time is running out, and they need to warn everyone about the impending danger. William recounts a strange and frightening experience he had. He describes how he saw something that caused him to pass out. Jesse, surprised and intrigued, suspects that Chris has gone after the ghost. Suddenly, a green demon appears, its eyes burning with rage, and a sinister roar escapes from its mouth. A green demon slowly rises from the hole. The heroes, realizing the danger, understand that they will have to face the enemy. But this is not the only demon. Others begin to appear from all sides. The heroes realize that they are in the center of a demonic attack. Bob, noticing the demon approaching, wastes no time. He jumps on the demon, using his strength and agility to strike. The demons begin to climb through the windows of the building. They realize that they need to act quickly to protect themselves. Jesse opens the game's interface and tries to contact Chris. The girl sends a message to Chris. She writes to him about the demons attacking and asks him to join the battle. Chris is elsewhere when he suddenly receives a message from Jesse. He sees that she is informing him of the location of the demons. The ghost girl, as if trying to stop the hero, does not let him in. Chris realizes that he needs to find a way to get rid of her in order to join the battle. The ghost says that here, in this place, the hero will be safe. However, when Chris tries to object and explain that he should help his friends, the ghost says that he is afraid to be alone, that she is afraid to be in this place without him. Chris, trying to find a way out of the situation, suggests that the ghost girl find her a boyfriend so that she cannot feel lonely. He promises that if she lets him go, he will return with a guy who can become her companion and protector. The ghost becomes increasingly irritable and dissatisfied. Chris cannot understand what caused such a reaction, but he realizes that something offended the ghost. The ghost girl, resentful of Chris, disappears, leaving him anxious and worried. Left alone after the ghost girl disappears, Chris begins to ponder what to do next. He realizes that his friends need his help, but also realizes that the ghost girl may have taken offense at him. Jesse and the rest of the characters try to find shelter and escape from pursuit. However, the demons, fast and ruthless, do not lag behind. Sarah suddenly sees something and shouts that danger is ahead. They see dead bodies lying in their path, their hearts filled with horror and anxiety when they realize that these are their friends. The heroes, seeing dead bodies on their way, decide to check if anyone is still alive. William gets closer and sees that one of the victims is still alive. He picks up one of the survivors. The character, listening to the survivor, begins to feel fear and anxiety. He realizes that they are facing something much more dangerous. William wonders how they can resist such a force. He remembers his skills and abilities, as well as his friends. The guy decides to run away. He is afraid to face demons and does not want to risk his life. William runs to another room. He runs fast without looking back, his heart beating with fear and adrenaline. The rest of the characters, seeing that William is running away, try to catch up with him and stop him. However, when the heroes catch up with William, they find that he is already lying on the floor covered in blood. Before William breathed his last, he warned the heroes with the last of his strength to flee. A huge troll armed with a club appears in front of the hero. He stands in their way, blocking their way. He swings and delivers a powerful blow, trying to hit the heroes. The characters dodge the blow, but realize that the troll is a serious threat. The troll, surprised by his miss, begins to wonder why he failed to hit the heroes. Jack cannot stand the tension and fear, loses consciousness, and falls. At that moment, the troll notices Bob. He decides to focus his attacks on Bob. Bob, noticing that the troll is focusing his attention on him, begins to feel fear. He tries to find a way to deal with the troll. Jessie notices something strange. She sees something else appearing. When Bob turns around, he is horrified to see the sorcerer's demon. He sees the demon using his dark powers to control and subdue other demons. The demon sorcerer says that they will suffer and that their power and fury are invincible. A huge troll decides to take advantage of the opportunity and attacks the heroes. The troll swings his massive club and delivers a powerful blow. Bob uses his shield to block the troll's blow, protecting himself from damage, but he won't last long. Jesse takes out his scythe and strikes with incredible speed and accuracy, chopping off the troll's hand. The girl continues to fight with other creatures. The sorcerer demon, watching the battle between the heroes and the troll, begins to laugh. He sees Jesse chopping off the troll's hand, and this amuses him. The demon decides to use his dark powers to create fire, but raises his hands and casts a spell, summoning flames that engulf everything around. Bob, despite his bravery and determination, continues to face troll attacks. Having created fire, the demon begins to spin it around himself. The fire becomes larger and stronger, threatening to consume everything in its path. The demon caught the taxi drivers. Among them was Michael. He wants to execute them demonstratively. It turned out that William was still alive. He, like Bob and Jesse, was furious and wanted to take revenge on the demon. The demon threatens the taxi drivers. He wants to make them suffer. Michael is hit by a drop of fire released by a demon. The demon smiles as he sees Michael screaming in pain caused by the fire. He enjoys the suffering. William shouts that the demon is finished. He and his friends are ready to fight the demon and save Michael. Jessie says that she will save Michael and the others from the demon. She is ready to fight him and avenge their suffering. The girl uses her life-steal abilities to fight the demon. Bob is surprised that Jessie is using her life-steal powers. He didn't expect her to have such powers. The troll, towering over Jessie, raises his huge paws menacingly, ready to deliver a crushing blow. She quickly dodges the troll's attack and delivers a precise blow to him, determination and courage burning in her eyes. Chaos and destruction rage around them. The troll falls defeated. William lies on the ground, realizing that thanks to Jessie, his wounds have been healed. The health of Michael and the rest of the prisoners also began to recover. Jessie continues her battle with the trolls. She doesn't give up without a fight, fighting every troll that gets in his way. The character realizes that she has a plan. She decides to use her abilities to help her allies. Bob activates his hostility skill to help Jessie fight the troll and demon. He becomes more aggressive. The monsters, allies of the demon, pay attention to Bob and begin to attack him. Meanwhile, Jessie begins to attack the monsters. giving his allies a chance to heal. Jessie kills the troll. She deals him a fatal blow. The girl is glad that Bob helped her in the fight. She is grateful to her friend for his support and is ready to continue fighting with him. Bob distracts the trolls to give Jessie a chance to attack them. The demon sorcerer is up to something. He plans to use his magical powers to summon the creature. He summons a demonic rhinoceros. The rhinoceros has great strength and speed, and his task is to destroy the heroes and protect the demon. The rhinoceros rejoices in the summoning of the demon. He is ready to fight and destroy the heroes to protect his master. The demon sorcerer jumps on the demon rhinoceros and attacks Jessie and Bob. A blue fire glows in his sinister eyes, and his long, darkened figure emits an inhuman aura. The demon sorcerer rushed forward like a shadow whirlwind, instantly running between Jessie and Bob. The power of the demonic spell left Jessie and Bob wounded and stunned, but their resolve only strengthened as they prepared to retaliate. The demon sorcerer frowned as he began to collect streams of magic in his outstretched hand, forming a fireball. With a stream of ominous laughter, the demon sorcerer launched a fireball of his creation into the air. Jessie dodges the orb, sliding towards the shadow. Her movements were spectacular and precise. Bob is left behind, shouting a warning to Jessie, his voice filling with anxiety. Behind Jessie, a huge troll suddenly appears, at which point the battle on multiple fronts becomes even more difficult. Jessie blocks the troll's mighty blow. Sparkling sparks explode from the collision of magic and the power of the enemy. Under the pressure of the troll and the demon's fire attacks, the ground begins to crack. With a heavy rumble, the huge trolls fall into the underground labyrinth, as if the earth rejects their attack. The rhinoceros demon sorcerer is in a state of bewilderment, his fiery gaze now fixed on his failed allies. Contemplating the chasm in which the trolls disappeared, the demon sorcerer quickly gathers his magical powers, preparing to jump down to deal with the heroes himself. Suddenly, the demon sorcerer felt that his perception of magic and energy began to fluctuate. Out of reach, William operated from the shadows, using his skills to try to free his allies. The allies were still under the influence of the sorcerer's magic. Their spirits were suppressed, and the traces of the magical effects of sorcery were still felt. In the blink of an eye, a rhinoceros suddenly emerges from the shadows, its horn pointed directly at William's back. The sorcerer does not lose his aggression. He directs his magic towards William, preparing to deliver a devastating blow. William struggles to restrain himself. His breathing is heavy. This moment becomes a test for him, but the fire of strength and determination still burns in his gaze. With a smile on his face, the sorcerer looks at the injured William, hoping to see his power and life energy flow out of him. Amidst the boundless power and suffering, William, holding onto the brink, throws out his last cry of defiance. While the demon sorcerer awaits the completion of his magic over William, a sparkling teleporter suddenly opens above his head. Inspired, Chris emerges from the teleporter, with such speed and grace that even the air trembles with his movements. He instantly heads towards the demon rhinoceros. The rhinoceros, subdued by Chris's intervention, emits fiery sparks. Chris, now standing on the battlefield, exuded determination and undeniable will, his gaze filled with confidence. Surrounded by a sparkling aura of determination, the hero was preparing to fight the demon sorcerer, his body tensed and his gaze directed forward towards the dark enemy. With words of encouragement, Chris headed forward, urging his allies to follow him into battle against the dark forces, ready to become a luminary in this darkness. William, wounded, was happy and relieved to see Chris. William, feeling deep gratitude and trust in Chris, grabbed him by the arm. A slight shadow of confusion crossed Chris's face. He felt the weight of responsibility hanging over his shoulders, and he understood the importance of the moment. Chris, exchanging glances with his allies, decided to tell them about his meeting with a ghost girl and how he proposed a new boyfriend. The hero offered the ghost girl his phone with the guys' contacts in exchange for his release. The main character felt excitement and relief when he saw that the ghost girl agreed to the proposed exchange. His heart was filled with hope. The ghost girl, looking through the contents of the phone, found photos of Richard, which caused excitement and melancholy in her. She takes the phone from Chris's hands, as if she feels the touch in her fingers again. So the meeting with the ghost girl ended, and Chris returned back to his allies. Suddenly, something catches Chris's attention. The unknown lurks in the shadows, making him feel excited. It was a demon preparing to attack. its dark eyes sparkling in the shadows and the air filled with tension, heralding a new battle. Despite the demon's dark threats, Chris decides to ignore him and focus on more important things. The protagonist decides to approach Michael, one of his loyal allies. Chris, approaching Michael, notices that he lost one eye in the previous battle. Despite this loss, determination and strength burn in the remaining eye. Suddenly, the demon decides to respond with aggression by launching a lava stone in their direction. A brightly glowing lump of magma flies through the air, creating a threatening trail of fire and flames. The lava stone rushes forward, almost catching up with the heroes with its red-hot flames. Chris, despite the danger, shows the steadfastness in his eyes, as if the inner fire merges with rage. The hero's strength and determination reach its peak when he slices through the lava stone with one powerful blow, as if facing the challenge of darkness with the unwavering power of light. Smiling a little, Chris finds satisfaction. His smile, a bright note in the moment of intense battle. The hero's sudden and powerful response to the demon's attack leaves the dark forces in shock. Even the demon himself cannot hide his surprise and bewilderment. The heroes surrounding Chris are also stunned by this incredible demonstration of power. Amidst the startled silence, Chris decides to cut the rope that bound his allies. With confidence in his decision, the hero provides equipment to his allies to provide them with additional protection in battle. In addition to the equipment, the main character offers his allies a bottle of magic water. With a bottle of magic water in his hands, Chris tosses it to William with an attentive look and a smile of trust. At this point, the sense of unity and mutual support becomes especially vivid, and Chris's words of gratitude create an additional knot of connection for this unusual team. Chris excitedly invites Michael to fight together, strengthening their brotherhood in the battle against the darkness. Michael, gripped by fear, hesitates in the face of the challenge, uncertainty in his eyes. The hero, looking at Michael with understanding, patiently tries to convince him of the strength of their common union. Michael silently considers Chris's words, his eyes flickering with the inner conflict between fear and determination. Suddenly, little demons swoop down on Chris, creating chaos around him. Without a moment's hesitation, Chris rushes into battle, radiating determination and the energy of light. Chris's actions cause fear among the little demons, their aggression weakening before the power of his light. The protagonist remains unwavering in the face of darkness. His determination and the power of light do not allow for hesitation. Influenced by the determination and wisdom of Chris's words, Michael decides to take up arms. A spark lights up in his eyes. The rest of the characters also feel excitement and determination. This burst of spirit unites them in an even more unyielding team. With enthusiasm and determination in their hearts, the heroes arm themselves in preparation for battle. The sounds of steel and metal are heard in the air. Seeing the determination and unity of his comrades, William feels excitement and joy. His heart fills with pride, seeing how they are all ready to stand up for each other. The battle begins when the heroes, full of determination, rush into the darkness, ready to face the invading forces of darkness. Swords flicker in the air, and every step is a reminder of the strength and determination that lives in their hearts. And together they direct their efforts to protect and hope in this fight. The demon sorcerer, whose gaze pierces the darkness, is stunned by the unexpected unity and strength of the heroes. Chris, sparkling with light, goes to attack the sorcerer. In response to the hero's approach, the sorcerer threw a fireball in his direction. A flaming meteor whistles in the air, creating a cascade of sparks and flaming trails. With a steady movement, Chris abruptly finds himself face to face with the sorcerer, his gaze sparkling with steadfastness. With the power of light and determination, Chris delivers a powerful blow with his knife. The demon suddenly disappears. The hero's knife misses through the air. In a feeling of emptiness and silence, he looks for traces of the enemy. Sudden laughter comes from the darkness like a thunderclap. The demon sorcerer emits a sinister laugh, taunting Chris's failed attempt. As the demon continues to taunt the hero, he is suddenly overtaken by an attack. Chris takes advantage of the moment and points his knife directly at the demon, the glow of his attack piercing the darkness and hitting the target. The protagonist stands in the light of his determination. His gaze is directed directly into the darkness. He does not give darkness power over his heart. His willpower and courage envelop him like an impenetrable shield, ready to withstand all the challenges of darkness. The critical blow turns out to be crushing, and the demon sorcerer falls to his knees before his crushing defeat. With a slight smile on his face, Chris stands on the battlefield, his gaze illuminated by a victorious light. Michael, inspired by the strength of his allies and Chris's determination, continues to fight the little demons. The rest of the heroes, inspired by Michael's strength, also do not lag behind him in this fight. Joint efforts, coordination of movements, and unity of the team create an impenetrable wall of confrontation. Michael tense up, preparing for a new wave of demons, determination flickering in one of his eyes. With a shrill scream of a warrior, Michael, with a mighty blow, hits the demon with his head. The demon, torn apart by Michael's power, falls to the ground, his fall accompanied by an ominous screech. Michael, knowing that this could be the last breath of darkness, prepares for the final decisive blow. The heroes, combining their efforts and strength, defeated the enemies. The great battle ended. Ecstatic and joyful after the victory, William realizes that in this epic battle, he has gained not only victory, but also new skills and levels. Sarah, despite winning, seems dissatisfied with something, and she begins to express her feelings with loud and emotional swearing. Chris approaches the demon sorcerer. Their eyes meet in the center of the field, and Chris begins to talk. Even with Chris's persistent attempts to start a conversation, the demon sorcerer remains silent. The demon sorcerer, standing on his last breath, suddenly decides to show unexpected activity in his dark plans. The main character is tense, ready for something unknown that may happen. At an unexpected moment, the demon sorcerer, as if subjected to an internal explosion, scatters into thousands of dark fragments, dissipating chaos in the air. The sorcerer's demon's laughter pierces the air, like echoes of his essence left behind by the explosion. Fire, as if revived after the disappearance of the demon sorcerer, begins to spread around. The flames dance in a whirlwind, like magical traces of a demonic essence. Engulfed in a wave of magical fire and flames, Chris releases a piercing scream that merges with the whirlwind of the elements, his voice carrying a mixture of surprise and fright. In the midst of flames and magic, the hero realizes that time is passing, and now is the time to flee. The rest of the characters, realizing that the flames are becoming more and more unpredictable, begin to actively look for a way out of this magical labyrinth. Under the pressure of the whirlwind of flame agitating the air, the characters feel a growing panic. Anxiety is reflected in everyone's eyes. As Chris fights his way through the magical chaos to guide the heroes to a potential exit, the hope in his words becoming the source of their determination. Chris said with confidence, his voice sounding determined and ready to lead his friends to safety. "Stomp as often as possible," Chris ordered, accurately giving the command to move faster to get out of the magical nightmare. The heroes think that Chris is joking. Following Chris's order, the heroes begin to stomp. Michael stomps hard, his powerful footsteps sounding like a confident rhythm, motivating the others to follow him. The heroes' powers begin to deplete, and their breathing becomes heavy under the influence of smoke. "Keep up the pace," the hero exclaims, reminding them of the importance of keeping the rhythm despite the difficulties. Flames begin to surround the heroes, creating a dangerous wall of fire around them. The fiery clouds reach the heroes, but surprisingly, do not cause them pain or burns. This was Chris's exquisite plan to exploit a bug in the game and overcome the dangers by staying ahead. "Do not hesitate," Chris urges, motivating the heroes to look for a way out of this place. "Come down here," Jesse and Bob shout, rising from the bottom of the maze and guiding their allies to safety. Chris smiles as he sees that Jesse and Bob have found a way to the exit. He guides the heroes to a new hope of salvation. Jesse and Bob are on the lower level, preparing to meet Chris and the others. The main character, with a confident look, walks forward, ready to accept help. The rest of the characters begin to jump to salvation. Chris decides to check the demon's body and take any possible useful items. The passage suddenly begins to collapse. Limiting the way back, Jesse and Bob realize that there is not much time left. Realizing the danger, the heroes decide not to waste time and run forward. The heroes escaped, but Chris is not visible. Everyone is worried about the fate of their comrade, their eyes restlessly gliding over the clouds of dust that remained in the trace of the escape. William turned to his friends to start searching for Chris in the rubble together. Jesse takes a deep breath and decides that the hero is dead. The shadow slowly looms, bringing with it a note of mystery and excitement. Jesse can't hide her surprise, her eyes sparkling with interest. Chris reappears in front of the heroes, using teleportation to return. Everyone looks at him with amazement and joy, meeting his return. Chris invites Jesse and Bob aside for a conversation, wanting to discuss something important. Bob shakes his head in disbelief, not recognizing Chris after his return. The protagonist tries to understand why Bob and Jesse don't recognize him when he returns. Sarah bringing water to the heroes, offering them to drink. The heroes gratefully accept the water, feeling how the energy restores their strength. Chris, Bob, and Jesse gather on the sidelines to discuss what happened and next steps. They mutually share their impressions and observations. Chris, realizing that they haven't seen his new look yet, tells them the story of a ghost girl. Bob, looking at the stylish and powerful Chris, cannot help smiling. He winks cheerfully at the hero. Chris decides to share something with the group. He solemnly addresses Jesse and Bob, the main character, looks at his comrades, waiting for their reaction. Jesse is alarmed to hear from Chris about the alien invasion, and all the characters listen tensely to his story. An alarmed Bob is not ready for such a scenario with an alien invasion. Bob changes his expression in horror, and his hair stands on end on his head. Jesse calms him down, promising that they will cope with any difficulties together. The main character says that you need to gather all your forces and unite to develop a strategy to protect yourself from an alien invasion. Sarah decides to eavesdrop on their conversation to keep up to date and possibly contribute to the defense plan. William suddenly yells at Sarah due to her eavesdropping on their conversation. Sarah says that she learned something interesting and terrible. The main character, peering at his friends, offers to mix forces where each brings something unique. Chris considers going to Richard, as he could be a valuable ally in the battle. The hero quickly begins to search for Richard on the map, focusing on finding the most efficient path to his location. Chris explains to Bob that he knows some hidden shortcuts that will help him get to Richard quickly. The main character instantly appears elsewhere, demonstrating his new ability in front of a stunned Jesse and Bob. Using the new teleportation skill, the hero instantly disappears from sight to check Richard's location. Jesse looks at him enthusiastically, surprised and impressed by Chris's new skill. Chris raced across the field, instantly moving to the other end of the map using his skill. Richard and his men sat around the fire, discussing plans and the situation. Richard told Patricia that they needed to think carefully and strategize, and that they were waiting for one more person. Patricia pointed to the field and said in surprise that there was no one there. But Richard knew that the main character would arrive any minute. At this time, Chris appeared out of thin air with impressive speed, sitting on a teleportation vortex. Chris, with confidence in his voice, says that they must join forces to resist the alien invasion. Patricia exclaims something. Thomas expresses concern, and only Richard is happy about the appearance of the hero in a new guise. Chris and Richard meet in conversation, exchanging news and ideas. Chris talks about his adventure with demons, and Richard shares his thoughts on the current situation. Patricia and Thomas recognize Chris as they watch him meet Richard, their faces expressing surprise and some tension at unexpectedly meeting the hero in such an unusual appearance and context. Richard invites Chris to his tent so they can discuss the current situation and plans for the future. Chris notices a tent that is on top of a turtle and rejoices in its presence. The purple-haired guy named Aiden erupted with anger as he looked at the hero. The turtle greets Chris, shaking its head happily, its eyes sparkling with light. The hero entered the tent, where Richard continued to talk to Patricia. It was cozy inside. Thomas opened the map, pointing to certain places, and looked warily at Chris. Richard looked at Chris with a serious expression, noticing the determination in Chris's eyes. Richard, glancing at the map, pointed to the point where the heavens caressed the earth, like a harbinger of an invasion charged not only with war, but also with mysteries, and possibilities. Thomas, like a ray of light in the darkness, tensed as excitement instantly pierced his being. Chris and Richard, like the architects of fate, look at the map, their minds filled with the secrets of an unexplored place. The protagonist, like a whirlwind of determination, looks around the horizon, his face piercing the light of inner decision. Richard, looking at Chris with attention, asks him about the plan. Chris is like a virtuoso strategist, revealing the cards of his tactics, verbally creating the canvas of battle. Richard plunges into the depths of his thoughts, where every thought is a stone falling into the lake of his mind. At this point, Aiden enters the game, his appearance like magic, bringing with it mystery and interest. Aiden is like a misty wind of change, uttering words of distrust of Chris. His voice is a mysterious whisper that permeates the atmosphere of disagreement. Aiden, as the innermost judge of souls, directs his gaze to Chris, emotions flashing in his eyes like inscrutable secrets. Chris reacts sharply to the change, lightning flashes of vigilance in his gaze and every muscle tenses, ready for unexpected turns. Richard, as a wise mediator in a stormy sea of emotions, turns to Aiden to calm down. His voice sounds like a gentle touch of the wind, calling for calm. Aiden listens carefully to the details of the plan, catching strange and unusual elements like footprints in the sand. Chris glances from under his forehead, creating a mysterious aura of mystery. The main character immerses himself in his inner world, magically mixing ideas and plans. A spark of creativity sparkles in his eyes. Richard, full of curiosity and a desire to resolve the misunderstanding, turns to Chris with a question to clarify things. Aiden is Richard's deputy, and his attitude towards Chris is imbued with dislike. The guy is like a messenger of a dark advisor. His speech sounds like a mysterious whisper. Aiden's gaze becomes a card pointing out the hidden pitfalls in his relationship with Chris. Aiden, like a drumbeat in a moment of tension, bangs on the table, the sound of the beat like an echo of discontent. The character, like a defiant shadow duelist, challenges Chris. His words sound like a wind of change filling the air with electricity. In the eyes of the protagonist, the fire of confidence flickers, like a torch in the night, ready to illuminate the dark corners of fate. Thomas, like a passionate fan, smiles in anticipation of the upcoming spectacle, his eyes sparkling with joy. Richard, like an experienced diplomat, raises the question of reasons, creating a bridge of open dialogue. Aiden does not believe Chris and decides to test him. Aiden's gaze seems to be charged with the energy of doubt. Chris, like a predator, does not take his eyes off Aiden, determination flickering in his eyes, like a firefly in a dark forest. A tense silence hovers between Chris and Aiden, as if before a storm, their eyes colliding like magnets in this silent exchange of emotions. Aiden offers Chris a fight in the street. His voice is insistent and defiant, like the wind of change ready to disperse the web of misunderstanding. Chris's face lights up with a slight smile like a shadow dance on the edge of a mystery. Like a fire in the darkness, Richard confidently turns to Andrew, claiming that everything is fine. There is calm in his voice. Chris and Aiden stand facing each other like two storm clouds, ready to be discharged in an epic storm, their tense bodies speaking the language of challenge. Aiden is like an arena veteran, preparing for the upcoming clash, his gaze aimed at the target. Chris's face lights up with a slight smile like a glint of light in the shadow of an impending clash. Aiden summons two shadow leopards. These ghostly predators become his allies. Chris's face expresses some surprise, like an unexpected twist in the course of a duel. Aiden, like a shadow commander, gives the order to the leopards to attack Chris. His voice sounds a certain ruthlessness in desire for victory. The character is like a guardian of secret secrets. He is serious. His facial expression reflects determination. The main character is like a strategist in battle, thinking, a spark of intelligence flickering in his eyes, like a star in a cloudless night. Chris deftly bypasses the attack of leopards. He creates an image of a dexterous and skillful fighter. Aiden finds himself wounded in this frantic duel, pain flashing on his face. Patricia is like a wind of change, shouting to Richard, her voice sounding like an alarming call in a storm. Richard guesses that Chris has two roles, a spark of awareness flashing in his eyes. Despite his injuries, Aiden continues to attack with unrelenting determination. Chris's face lit up with a smile of reason as he came up with his plan. The hero stands on a high wooden tower, towering over the restless leopards who cannot reach him. Aiden's fingers sparkled like sparks in anticipation of a storm. Aiden summons shadowbirds that soar into the air, creating a mystical aura around him. Chris, like a magician, takes out a mysterious staff from his arsenal. The main character, holding a mysterious staff in his hands like the Lord of the Elements, begins to control the fire. From the tower on which Chris stood, tongues of flame suddenly burst out, preventing shadowbirds from flying away. Whirlwinds of fire create a mystical wall, like a shield. Aiden finds himself wounded once more in this thrilling battle, the pain reflected on his face like a shadow on the stricken battlefield. One shadowbird, overcoming the magical wall of flames, flies to Chris. Aiden, like a shadow mage, teleports instantly to the shadowbird and attacks the hero. The main character stands unshakable, like a wall of indestructible confidence. In his eyes there is a glint of determination, like a lamp in the darkness. Chris dodges the attack, avoiding danger like a dancing petal in the wind, at which point the tower collapses, creating an explosion of rocks and wood. Thomas, as a witness to the unexpected incident, stands in shock, his eyes wide open, as if caught in a whirlwind of events. Aiden was swept under the rubble of the collapsed tower by a wave of destruction. The scene of Aiden's destruction and fall meets the look of amazement of the others, their eyes reflecting a mixture of fear, surprise, and bewilderment. Richard is like a piece on a chessboard, watching with an expression of mixed emotion. In Richard's eyes, there is a moment of realization that the battle is over. Amid the debris and destruction, Aiden breaks out like a shadow rising from the darkness again. Aiden is standing his way out of the rubble, his eyes flickering with mixed emotions. Chris, despite the past battle and hostility, reaches out to Aiden. His gesture expresses not only humanity, but also the possibility of reconciliation. Aiden's gaze is full of pride and independence, and he deflects Chris's hand. The character is in the midst of destruction and debris, experiencing unbearable pain. Patricia's butterflies, like flying flowers, fly up to Aiden, surrounding his body with light swirls of wings. Richard, looking at Aiden's healing process, feels inner relief, joy, and gratitude reflected in his eyes. Chris, seeing Aiden heal under Patricia's care, feels satisfaction and contentment. Richard, realizing the importance of every life, says that there should be no unnecessary sacrifices. Chris was exposed, and now his dual role is revealed to everyone. Richard is not embarrassed by Chris's exposure. In his eyes, you can read understanding and acceptance, like an experienced strategist. Chris, contemplating the discovery of his two roles, scratches his head in some bewilderment. Everyone else, stunned by the exposure, looks at Chris strangely, their eyes full of mixed feelings. At this moment, there is some awkwardness in the air. From all sides, Chris is bombarded with questions about how he ended up with two classes. A wave of people turns to the hero with a request to teach them their skills. Richard, watching the excitement around Chris, feels satisfaction and pride that Chris fit into the team so easily. Meanwhile, Chris, feeling the tension around his personal secret, begins to look for ways to quietly leave. Suddenly, a ghost girl turns to Richard, her eyes sparkling with an invisible light, like a mysterious star in the night sky. Richard, meeting the sudden appeal of the ghost girl, feels an inner thrill of fear, bewilderment, and tension are reflected in his eyes. Chris, noticing Richard's tension, draws attention to the ghostly figure, his gaze full of attention. Taking advantage of everyone's distraction on the ghost girl, Chris, like a shadow, flashed unnoticed and disappeared from sight. Richard does not understand who and why brought the ghostly girl to him. Bewilderment and irritation can be read in his eyes. The ghost, like a gentle wind in a dark night, approaches Richard as if testing his reaction. The protagonist, who secretly left during a ghost distraction, returns to Jesse, his gaze expressing some kind of secret agreement and willingness to continue their plans. When Chris returns, his face is relieved. His gaze becomes calmer. Chris, relaxed, suddenly notices a row of graves, like shadows of past events, calling for memories. The main character, peering into the graves, suddenly finds a photo of Sarah on one of them. His face reflects mixed emotions, from dissatisfaction to deep anxiety. His eyes reflect a mixture of surprise and shock, as if past and current mysteries are intertwined in this unexpected discovery. In the blink of an eye, Chris notices another grave with a photo of Jesse, but the tension deepens, and the face reflects shock and bewilderment. Chris's eyes are filled with rage and anger when they find the photos on the graves. Suddenly, Chris flushes, his eyes filled with a fiery light, like the flame of inner rage that finds an outlet. Here, when the tension has reached its peak, Jesse comes out alive and well. Those around invite Chris to join them at the table, as if an invitation to reunite after a difficult ordeal. Excitement and emotion are replaced by joy and relief when Chris realizes that everything is safe. Once together, they begin to cook soup. The atmosphere is filled with the aromas of cooking. In the hearts of that momentary joy, Chris can't hide a look of sadness, his eyes twinkling with a reflection of complex emotions. Michael, continuing the atmosphere of friendship and reunion, pours soup into Bob's bowl. Chris, with inner sadness and questions, asks why they made the graves. Fear and a desire to solve the mystery can be felt in his voice. Michael, expressing his sincerity, turns to Chris and asks him to keep the weapons so that they can give them a chance to start with a clean slate. The main character, hearing Michael's sincere request, feels inner joy and relief. The character, seeing that Chris responded to his request, thanks him with deep appreciation. Jessie, watching this moment of reconciliation, feels deep joy, her eyes sparkling with a smile. Michael, relieved and sincere after the conflict has been resolved, says with confidence that he has nothing to fear anymore. The character, expressing determination and loyalty to his team, adds that he is ready to fight for them. Bob, surprised by Michael's unexpected treatment, raises his eyebrows to express his surprise, while Jessie rejoices in the restoration of harmony in the team. Suddenly, Chris is put forward as a leader. This decision comes as a complete surprise to him, and surprise flashes in his eyes. Suddenly, the main character receives a blow to the head with a stack of papers. Chris's boss, disgruntled, suddenly starts yelling at him. Chris feels deep shame, his eyes expressing mixed emotions from humiliation to self-disappointment. The main character hears someone calling him and is surprised by this. The characters start yelling at Chris, claiming that they believe in him. Jessie waits for a response from Chris, her eyes flashing with mixed feelings. Hope that Chris will be able to overcome the difficulties and concern for his well-being. The protagonist agrees to become a leader. His decision is made with confidence, and in his voice you can feel the determination to cope with the challenges. By taking on the role of leader, Chris becomes the personification of determination. Gathering everyone around him, he lays out a clear plan of action for them. The others, hearing Chris's plan, are a little stunned and feel some fear of the unknown. Chris, noticing some tension among the team members, turns to Jessie with a kind look and warm words. The main character, realizing the importance of unity, insists on a plan. Michael, showing determination and loyalty to the team, lifts the spirit with his words. Again, Chris takes the lead, decides to check and organize the inventory. The main character takes out several ribbons from the inventory and asks everyone to tie them to their hands. Michael and the rest of the team listen to Chris attentively, accepting his suggestion to use the tapes. Bob, realizing that Chris is acting purposefully and with confidence, is surprised and curious about the leader's decision. Chris, wanting some extra energy, decides to drink the potion. An invisible smile slips from his lips as he feels the power fill his body. Chris's gaze becoming more determined. Suddenly, feeling changes in the environment, the characters begin to feel a strange energy. Something changes around them, and the air is filled with unusual vibrations. Influenced by his new abilities and strengthened confidence, Chris reaches out to his comrades, inviting them to join him. Chris reaches out his other hand to Jessie and invites her to take it. Bob, feeling excitement and energy, shouts, "What about him?" He runs towards Chris and Jessie, ready to join forces with them in this unexpected and exciting turn of events. Bob, overwhelmed by excitement at being alone, grabs Chris by the leg. The protagonist takes Boa with him. Chris, Bob, and the rest of the characters move forward, ready to solve the mysteries. After an exciting journey, the characters land in a completely new place, where new adventures await them ahead. The impact of unusual forces leaves its mark, and the characters are dizzy from the speed of movement. Chris apologizes, he speaks, expressing his understanding. Mike, surveying the surrounding area with trees and slime covered in rocks, asks where they are. William, looking at the world around him, suddenly notices something unusual. He points to a strange glow in the distance. William, deeply impressed by what he has noticed, opens his eyes wide in surprise, his face a mixture of surprise, interest, and a certain mystery. In the distance, a huge castle appears. Illuminated by light, this formidable and majestic castle seems to attract the attention of the entire group, creating a mysterious and exciting feeling. William, once again looking at the huge castle in the distance, feels deep surprise and disbelief. Bob, looking at the huge and majestic castle, cannot hide his deep surprise. His eyes widen and his mouth opens slightly, expressing not only surprise. A slight smile blooms on Chris's face. This is his plan. With confidence and inspiration in his voice, Chris explains that this is the place, their new base. Next to the group are two colossal stone guards. These are the gates of war. They guard the entrance to the base. Gathering as comrades at the gates of war, Chris begins to reveal his plan little by little. Michael, listening to Chris's plan, expresses his surprise and admiration. Suddenly, a huge monster appears from behind the trees, emitting a sinister energy. Michael, looking at the monster that has appeared, feels a sudden strike of fear. His eyes widen and his heart begins to beat faster. Chris remains decisive, saying that this is their test, They will have to go through it themselves. Jessie, peering at the monster, experiences mixed feelings of surprise and excitement, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Influenced by Chris's inspiration, Michael and the rest of the group quickly go into alert mode. They remove their weapons. The monster, radiating its energy, suddenly sneezes in the direction of the heroes, throwing out strange particles. After the monster sneezes, the heroes find themselves covered in strange snot created by the monster's energy. Chris looks at his team and urges them not to let him down. Bob, having felt a strange effect of snot, decides to temporarily hide in the bushes to avoid the direct impact of the monster. Jack, having quick reflexes, managed to avoid the monster's blow and remain safe and sound. He does not understand what to do. The monster, noticing Jack, pays attention to him, his dark eyes fixing on the hero. Watching everything that is happening, Chris realizes that it seems that the moment has come for him to intervene. Jack, reacting quickly, decides to use his unique abilities. He is going to use a water sphere. Jessie, seeing Jack's unusual and successful move, exclaims with joy that it is a great idea. Jack still has doubts about his own abilities. The monster was approaching the group, its dark shadows highlighting its threat. Jack, believing in his abilities, focuses and easily creates a water sphere. The sphere flashes with a bright light, filling the air with the sound of water. He accurately throws it towards the monster, creating an unexpected and effective maneuver. Jack's water sphere causes an unexpected effect, filling the monster with fear and uncertainty. The monster's huge dark eyes flicker with bewilderment. The water washes away the monster's snot and dark footprints from the rest of the characters, restoring their clarity of perception and energy. Jessie, realizing that her words may have affected Jack's confidence, approaches Chris with an expression of regret. With a smile, Chris brushes off Jessie's apology, saying it's just nothing. Chris and Jessie draw the group's attention to themselves. The protagonist, with a serious expression on his face, asks everyone to listen to him carefully, preparing for an important announcement or action plan. Chris carefully explained to the group how to defeat the monster by identifying its weaknesses. Michael prepares for battle, holding his breath and straining his skills for the upcoming confrontation with the monster. Scared and determined to avoid the immediate threat, Bob runs even deeper into the bushes, trying to find cover. Despite Bob's attempt to hide in the bushes, the attentive characters notice his movements. The monster, noticing Bob, decides to switch its attention to him, making muffled and threatening sounds. In a panic, Bob dashes forward, trying to escape the monster's gaze. His legs react sharply to fear and he runs without looking back. Taking advantage of the monster's focus on Bob, Michael realizes that the moment of opportunity has arrived. Michael quickly formulates a plan in his head, giving short and clear instructions to the rest of the group, emphasizing the importance of coordination. Following Michael's instructions, William and several members of the group cautiously sneak up from behind. With a surprise attack from behind, a group of heroes attack the monster using their skills and powers. Under the pressure of the unexpected attack, the monster emits a piercing scream, expressing pain and displeasure from the sudden confrontation. The monster, sensing that its enemies are becoming stronger, turns its attention to William, the entity's dark eyes sparkling with a threatening light. The monster, showing its strength and rage, forcefully throws a large tree towards the heroes. With superhuman efforts, the heroes work together to fight off a flying tree using their skills and powers. In bewilderment, the monster stops for a moment, surprised by the strength and consistency of the heroes. Sarah quickly pulls slippery black pearls out of her inventory and throws them at the monster's feet. The monster, stepping on the pearls, suddenly slips and loses his balance, getting into a difficult situation. Bob, watching the brave and coordinated actions of the characters, expresses his surprise and amazement. Chris and Jessie, seeing how their comrades cope with the monster, feel pride and joy, determination, and strength of their team. They take it as an important sign. The main character, peering into what is happening, thinks for a second. The monster, recovering from failure, prepares to attack again and fills its terrifying mouth with slime. Jack, preparing for a new monster attack, quickly forms a water sphere, ready to use it to protect the group from attack. The girl with the sword, being part of a group of heroes, stands in a fighting position, ready to join the battle at any moment. The monster, not even allowing her to fight, quickly and brutally knocks her out. Chris's gaze is filled with a mixture of amazement, pain, and powerlessness. He silently looks at what is happening. The monster, showing its cruelty, approaches the defenseless girl, preparing to finish her off. The heroes, realizing that the girl with the sword is in danger, shout in her direction, urging her to dodge. The monster delivers a ferocious blow with his hand to the girl with the sword. Bob, with a huge jerk, standing up for his girlfriend, deftly blocks the monster's hand. His strength and determination are amazing. The character who stands up for defense is covered in slime from the monster's attack. The girl, having recovered from the attack, looks at Bob with respect and gratitude. With Bob's support and inspired by his brave act, Michael and the rest of the heroes attack the monster again, interacting as one. Under the combined pressure of the heroes, the monster begins to sway. Unable to withstand the force of the attacks, its resistance weakens. Chris, feeling the victory, rejoices, emphasizing the triumph of his team. William and the rest of the team also cannot hide their delight. The lightness in their hearts replaces heaviness. Jesse runs to each of his comrades, checking for serious damage. Sarah and Jack, smiling, assure the others that everything is fine and that they are in an amazing state. But something haunts Jesse. The main character assured that later he would give his partner a couple of practical tips. Immediately declaring, the hero warns that they are going to the next dungeon again, not allowing them to rest for even a couple of minutes. The rest are not at all delighted with this one. Although they have just finished, but time is of the essence. They are forced to agree, although everyone is against it. In the meantime, someone has obtained the skill of a salt monster.